All right. Oh, whoops. I'm supposed to go over here. All right. Thank you for the letting me know that things were wrong, Eternity. It should be fixed now. So if you refresh the page, just let me know if it's working correctly or not. But welcome to the stream. Today, me and Oldman Jank are going to be playing some Factorio. We're continuing to make our factory bigger and better than it's ever been. And so this is kind of awesome. So we got the train up and running last week. Our factory is producing basically all of the things that we need, but we're of course going to have to make it bigger. So that is, I think, the plan for today. I can't remember what specifically we're going to do other than increase our science production. And maybe move off the steam. Oh, Oldman Jank and I, are you correcting my grammar? Okay. Oh, all right, Eternity. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm a little bit lazy with my English sometimes. I definitely use words like ain't and that kind of thing, even though ain't a word, as I always used to say. But this isn't the Queen's English. I'll say that. Yeah, why many word when few word do trick, right? Do Kevin talk? If you watch The Office, maybe you would catch that, or maybe I did that correctly, said that correctly. I don't know. Office was a great show. Anyways, I am going to be bringing Jank back into this, and we are going to be rolling with it. So here we go. Hello, Jank, my man.
Hello, speaker for the Llamas.
Thank you for using my official title. I appreciate it.
Always, my lord. What is it?
My lord. What is it? Work.
Oh, it begins already. It's like not even like a minute into the stream.
Yep.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
No other way. Let me fix this. There we go. Okay, so something that has been bugging me for days now, and it's something that you promised that we were going to talk about on the stream.
So I
gotta ask about the rainbow chart. What don't you like about the rainbow chart?
Well, what do I like about the rainbow chart? That's the question.
I guess that is a question.
Yeah. So actually, so let's talk about the rainbow chart. This wonderful chart of yours that you've. Yeah. Can you describe to the audience, so everybody's on the same page as we are, as to what this magical chart is?
I'll do one even better. I'll pull it up.
Okay.
The Bitcoin rainbow chart. So this is the Bitcoin rainbow chart. Basically, it shows a logarithmic growth pattern for Bitcoin, where the axis on the left increases by an order of magnitude every single line, and then it has sort of ranges based off of this logarithmic growth pattern for whether or not it's up or down, like above the logarithmic growth or below the logarithmic growth. So that's what the chart is, and it's actually the basis by which I have done almost all of my cryptocurrency investing since early 2017. So go ahead. What don't you like about it?
So my main problem with this chart of yours is that I feel that like you could, like the scale of that chart, you could make that work for any scale. That makes no sense to me. Am I explaining that right?
I don't quite understand what you're saying.
what I'm saying is that basically someone's just taken the rises and falls of Bitcoin and then just slapped a rainbow behind it and said this matches log a rhythmic this matches the logarithmic pattern, when quite frankly you zoom out far enough to anything, as long as there's some growth, you can make it match a rainbow chart. It doesn't feel like it's an actual, to me it doesn't feel like a real measure of a real measure. It just feels like something that could be so easily doctored to match anything that's kind of got that rise. It could kind of, so if Bitcoin had only risen by say a few percent, I feel you could probably still have a chart that makes it look like it's amazing, because that chart genuinely makes it look like, okay, like, you know, it's following all the right patterns, it's great. When that to me isn't necessarily, like, I mean, it is the case, but that isn't there could be a possibility that isn't the case, you know, like you could do that for a fake thing, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so I think I understand what you're saying. Basically, you could slap a rainbow on any chart and say, "Oh, it follows a pattern," right?
As long as there was growth, like no matter what that level of growth was, as long as there's some level of growth, you could say, yeah, that follows the pattern. That's what I'm saying.
So you can do that to any chart. You can slap a rainbow on any chart. There's actually people that use rainbow charts for stocks as well, and they've done it for they can do something similar for the S&P 500, for example. The primary difference is that the S&P 500 doesn't follow a logarithmic growth pattern. It actually follows a relatively linear growth pattern. So the S&P 500 grows at about, I think it was like 8 or 8.5% year over year over the long haul. The variations, of course, every single year. It doesn't like typically grow 8.5%, but if you take into account like 25-year spans, and basically take a chunk out of the chart for a 25-year span, then it's going to grow at about 8.5% per year. So, and you can slap, you can slap a rainbow on there, and like say, hey, it's basically following the rainbow. But this is a little bit different because of the pattern that it's basically following. Like it's following a logarithmic growth pattern, and it's not logarithmic on accident. It's actually, in a manner of speaking, coded to be a logarithmic growth, and it has continued to follow that pattern over time.
So explain to me how it's encoded to do that, because I don't understand how that's considering like it halves over time. How is that a logarithmic growth?
So that's what the halvings end up doing. So every single 4 years, the mining reward for Bitcoin cuts in half. So it started off as 50, it dropped down to 25, it dropped down to was it 12 and a half, and then it dropped down to 6.25, and I think we're currently at 6.25. Hello, Romy. Welcome back to the stream. And so because it keeps on cutting in half with the rewards, it is decreasing the continually entered supply of new Bitcoin into the market, which, as long as there's demand for it, will have it continue to follow a relatively logarithmic growth pattern. So, right, but it depends on demand.
I thought so. Yeah, I mean, it depends on demand. So that's the thing, is it depends on demand. The fact that they put that in doesn't actually mean that that's what was going to be delivered. It's just I say coincidence. I mean, it was designed to do that, but there is elements of coincidence in that. They just they were lucky that it worked out that way.
Sure. Yeah. No. I mean, like, because it wasn't intentionally designed to grow logarithmically per se. Like they didn't say we want this to grow logarithmically, therefore we're going to put this in here. As far as I understand it, the philosophy behind it was to simulate mining a mine shaft. So when you mine a mine shaft over time, excuse me, your yield from that mine shaft is going to reduce. And so the way that he or they decided to put it together was that every single 4 years, it's going to basically cut in half.
Yeah, I mean, there's elements of the mine shaft analogy that you're putting in, but I mean, like, I get that. I mean, the whole concept of it was that it's like you create value by making it a limited resource, the same as like a real world resource,
right?
So yeah, I understand that, but again, like, I just think that whole rainbow chart it's one of those things that I feel is a example of people who support Bitcoin putting in things that are happy coincidences and saying no, this is a legitimate thing because look, it follows this thing. That's a real world thing that works on other things. But I think actually generally that's just those elements are very much just, some would say happy coincidences, others would say it's just the nature of capitalism, that's just how things work. Like, that's how capitalism is designed.
Wait, what's how
logarithmic growth, inflation? Like, capitalism is designed. I mean, if you charted inflation, like, and the value of a dollar bill, like just purely the value of a dollar bill, it's had logarithmic growth. So,
no, the dollar bill has declined in value, not grown.
Explain.
The dollar bill has continued to be inflated over time. I believe that the dollar bill since its inception has lost about 98% of its buying power, somewhere around there. I could be wrong, but it's somewhere around there, and they continue to inflate. That's kind of what inflation is the reduction in buying power on dollars.
So I understand that differently. Actually, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, thinking about it, inflation is effectively, you talk about a dollar bill in 100 years ago, the dollar bill would now be worth X amount more.
Right.
In today's dollars, it's worth this much. That's how they kind of explain that. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe my understanding was a little bit backwards.
Yeah, and I think a good measuring stick to compare a dollar or basically any fiat currency's buying power is how much gold you can buy with that amount of money. Because gold is relatively consistent for valuation purposes.
I mean, that's a mixed bag, because gold itself kind of becomes more valuable over time because it's a finite resource, so it will just naturally grow in value over time because there'll be less and less of it, right?
Well, it's relatively finite. I mean, they continue to mine gold, and it's not something that's necessarily in demand.
True, but didn't they? I think I read this somewhere. Isn't there like all the gold in the world can only, if you mined all the gold in the world, that is literally only, I think, 3 Olympic swimming pool size worth of metal. That's on the entire planet.
I think it was 13.
Was it 13?
I think so.
Yeah, I remember it. It had the number 3 in it.
I think it might have been 13, but the numbers are pretty old to me. And also, actually, Romy brings up a good point too as well. The value of the dollar relative to other world currencies has been gradually weakening since 2010.
Why do you think that is?
Because of dumb monetary policy on the part of the United States, I think. I don't think that
monetary policy headed up by What's the opposite of the Democrats? I keep calling them the Conservatives, but you guys are
Republicans.
Republican, headed up by Republican policies.
Oh, I mean since 2010. I mean that doesn't quite check out.
No, it kind of does. When did Obama get kicked out? 2012.
He was elected in 2008.
Yeah, so 2012 he got kicked out, right?
No, 2016.
Oh, was he kicked out in 2016? God damn.
Yeah.
Those damn Democrats.
But I don't think that it's necessarily the fault of the Democrats or the Republicans. I mean, neither of them are very fiscally responsible.
Well, I would say we gotta blame someone. This is in the age of 2022. We have to blame somebody for all our woes. It can't be us. Or at least, I mean, it's definitely not me. I'm not even in the country.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not on you. But I mean, the UK, I'm pretty sure, does basically the same thing with their monetary policy in a lot of ways. A lot of countries actually sort of, in a manner of speaking, follow the monetary policy of the United States.
So, do you know of Wimbledon, the tennis court, or the tennis championship, Wimbledon?
No.
It's probably like the premier #1 tennis event in the world. Happens in summer, happens in the UK. The statistic I've just found is all the gold in the world would fit stacked 10 meters high on that one court, center court.
Wow. Okay.
So there isn't a lot of gold in the world, and I mean, I think it's one of those things of like gold is a very heavy element. It's very difficult. I think again, I've read this statistic somewhere that gold can only really be produced in the center of stars. Like, that's how difficult it is as an element to kind of make, which is why we can't we can't make it in a lab. Like to create it involves intense amounts of pressure, and basically, like, the gold that we have on the planet was made when the planet was formed. So that's why it's such a limited resource on our planet. Which makes sense, and that's also one of the reasons what makes it so valuable, is that it's rare. So I mean, it's a very finite resource, and I guess that's why going back to the whole point of, like, I don't think you could. I would personally say, I know gold and fiat currency has always been kind of a traditional like thing that you kind of say the amount of reserves you have in, say, Fort Knox should directly correlate to how much currency you have out in the wild. That's not happened for a long time, because governments of the world, one, sell off their reserves to kind of fund various programs, and two, just continue to devalue their currencies by printing more money.
Right. No, and that's kind of what I was referring to when I said monetary policy. Like, a lot of countries do that. They continue to devalue their currency. They kind of do it on purpose. It's supposed to be at a relatively measured rate. From what I understand, the goal of the United States is to maintain around a 2% inflation rate.
That is the same as the UK. I think most Western countries, with modern economies, want to achieve around a 2% inflationary rate. That's a healthy rate.
Yeah.
So at least that the experts say that's a healthy rate.
Right.
Like, I studied economics in college, but it's been many years since I was at college. So yeah, one, it's not as fresh as it used to be. Two, things change in the 30 years since I was 25 years since I was studying that stuff.
That was definitely a little while ago.
Yeah, just a little.
Just a smidge.
A smidge. Wow.
Smidge.
You guys using British language now. What does smidge mean, Llama? In slang,
I think it's
British
just a little
slang.
bit.
Yeah, but in
Isn't
British
it just a little
slang,
bit? I don't know what British slang is. Like, I don't know much British slang other than like bellend and wanker and
Oh, of course you know the swear words. Of course you do.
yeah,
You know the
that's-
offensive stuff.
that's all the people that I worked with taught me. Was that.
So smidge used to mean a little bit, a small amount.
Uh-huh.
In the mid 90s, that changed to mean sandwich.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
I didn't know that.
What
Oh,
what's
funny.
what smidgens do you have in your lunchbox today, Llama? And you'd be like, PB&J, bro, and I'd be like, peanut butter and jam, because we don't have jelly in the UK. Or at least not for
really?
lunch we don't. No, for lunch jelly is I don't know. I think what you would call jelly is jam. Is that right?
So from what I understand, there's like a difference between jelly, jam, and preserve, and we have all three of those, and it depends on the amount of fruit that is actually inside of the jelly or jam. I think like preserve is the whole fruit, jelly is like the fruit juice.
So
I can't
so,
remember.
Going to Romy's point in chat, there's more than 10 meters of gold because US has 6,100 tons of it. Yes, but Romy, gold is really, really dense, so a very small physical amount weighs a hell of a lot. So yeah, basically that 10 meter. So I found this article. It's actually on the BBC. It says, like I said, you like 10 meters high, all the gold when you stack it in. That would be measured in terms of weight, 171,000 tons, and it would only go 10 meters high. So as I said, that kind of goes down to its density is also important when you're talking about weight, which is also one of the reasons that actually the reason gold bricks are made in the size and shape that they are is they're designed that you can only carry one at a time. And that was a historical thing. They were worried about people stealing gold bricks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean 113 centimeters is only 113 meters, and 113 meters. I mean, you talk about Usain Bolt, the fastest human on the planet, can run that distance in 9 seconds. So, and an average human, I think, can run that distance in about 25 seconds. How fast can you run the 100 meters, Llama?
I haven't ran 100 meters in a really long time, so I actually don't know. I know that I used to be able to run a mile and a half in 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, you did a
But
you did a mile in 9 minutes.
a mile and a
9
half
minute
in
mile.
9 minutes and 30 seconds.
You, sir, are a very healthy man.
I haven't done that in a while though, but yeah, that's what I used to be able to do. But I haven't tried to do that in a little bit. But I used to be a really good runner.
Yeah. Okay. So Romy, remember you're talking about stacking the gold upwards, but you're also talking about like the width of Wimbledon is a wide pitch, like a tennis court. What's the hold on official size of a tennis court? So an official size of a tennis court is 10 meters by 8 meters. Sorry, 11 meters by 8 meters. So what is that? That is 11 by 8 is 88 meters squared, right? So if you just laid all of your 113 meters of gold flat on that pitch, like that would only go slightly above a meter high. And that's all the gold the US has. You know, if you laid the gold out in a straight row, yeah, you're talking about a thing. But then again, you're talking about square meters rather than like just a straight line of meters. A straight line of meters is obviously quite far. But is Romy based in the US? Are you based in the US, Romy?
No. Romy's in Estonia.
Oh. You are much better remembering these things than I am.
Yeah, I try and remember where most of my audience is from.
I don't have an audience.
Because you never stream.
That's good. I was actually genuinely, I was trying to find time today to get my setup configured again. So I was gonna do some streaming with you and actually like bring my stuff back. Then I didn't find time. You know, yesterday I said, oh, I need to go offline and do some work and work on a PowerPoint presentation. I didn't do that. I just carried on watching you for like until about 5 a.m. and then I was like, shit, I actually need to get some sleep before work in the morning. Otherwise, I'm going to be absolutely destroyed. Because I knew I was going to be streaming with you as well, so I knew it was going to be like too late, super late nights. So
right.
So it's kind of, so yeah, went to bed, woke up in the morning, and then ended up delivering the presentation about, I think it was about 3-4 hours late.
Oh no.
Oh no, it was all right. It was like the guys appreciated that. Like I changed, like in the time what I did do during the day, I actually changed a lot of it, and they actually liked what I did. So
okay, that's good.
That's fine. It worked out. It worked out in the end. It all worked out.
Always nice when that happens.
Yep.
Only 31,695 tons of gold left in the reserves as of September 2021 worldwide. Damn.
I think, and I'm quite surprised that like the US has that much gold themselves, but the UK definitely doesn't. Actually, I think it was just after the big crash of 2008. The UK sold a lot of its gold, which actually the government was heavily criticised for, because they sold it, and then like I think a few years afterwards, so around 2010, 2011, the price of gold rocketed. And so like like they were quite heavily criticised for a really bad economic decision, which they defended in saying, well, we needed the money then, we don't need that money now. But yeah, so I think the UK gold reserve is hideously small compared to what it used to be. I mean, also I think it was bolstered by the fact that Britain had an empire going back hundreds of years. They stole a lot of gold from other places. We have 310. We have 310 metric tons, which is actually more than US. US 113 metric tons. That can't be right. Hold on. How much gold?
Okay, so Romy says United States 8,133. Germany.
He's found the same. He's found the same page I have. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. 8,100. So I was getting confused by all the other numbers you gave me, which was like the 113. But yeah, the US has significantly more gold than anybody else.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, we're not even in the top 10. I think we were we actually did have a lot. I think we sold a hell of a lot of it in the bad times of 2008.
Yeah, 2008 was rough for everybody, I think.
Yeah, I think I wasn't really affected that much by it, because I wasn't a homeowner. I didn't really have many assets. I just literally. I think if you had assets, you were definitely affected or investments, you were affected quite heavily. But yeah, I think I walked away relatively unscathed by it. The only real effect that it had on me and my family was that when we wanted to buy a house a few years later. I think we bought our first house in 2012, and obviously banks had brought in all these new rules to make sure that they couldn't get in that same situation, which they've now relaxed all those rules again, so they can put themselves back in that situation.
Of course.
But yeah, so we were, I think that's the only struggle we had, was it was slightly more difficult to purchase a property around that time. What is changing the subject back onto the actual game that we're playing for a second?
Yeah.
What are we doing? What is the plan right now? Where are you?
So what I did is I increased red circuit production, and then I increased copper plate production. and now I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to increase green circuit production, which I don't quite know how exactly I'm going to do that, but
Right, so
that is what I'm working on.
I've just improved efficiency on a bunch of different things, and then added a bit more production in blue. We were struggling with blue research, and I've added a bunch more.
Okay,
I mean, more factories to make blue research.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I increased red circuit production, is because I think we were short on that before.
I mean, I've also researched nuclear power, so we have nuke power now, but I don't think we're actually short on power at all.
No, not yet.
We're not struggling. We quickly check our power stations. See WAG1. Yeah, we're about 50% capacity.
Let's see. So we are good for power at the moment, although we could get some uranium at some point. We got some uranium off to the west that we could use if we needed to.
Do you so it's been a while. Do you use uranium for anything other than power?
I don't believe so. Well, I think maybe you can make missiles with it, maybe. But atomic bombs. You can make atomic bombs. Oh, and uranium ammo.
But
ammunition. I don't even think we necessarily even need to do that. We should probably just move towards like laser defenses and stuff.
Okay. I was thinking of kind of sorting out. What is it? What was I thinking of sorting out? Purple production.
Okay.
Is
Oh,
that cool?
Canada has no gold? That's disappointing. They have maple syrup though.
It's like that's basically like liquid gold, right?
Yeah, right.
Talking about maple syrup, you're a fan of infused whiskey, aren't you? Because you obviously like Jack Honey.
I mean the only one that I've had really is Jack Honey. But I would be down to try it.
So the one I mentioned to you yesterday, the Crown Royal, is basically Canadian, and that's vanilla infused.
Oh, okay.
But I've been doing some reading about how to infuse your own. And you basically like take the ingredients of whatever you want to infuse into the whiskey, and you just put it into a bottle of whiskey that you like. So bottle of Jack, throw in the ingredients and just leave it for 2 weeks, and every day just give it a little shake to kind of help it mellow, and then you just strain it at the end of the 2 weeks, and then you've got your infused whiskey. So I'm tempted to start experimenting a little bit with some funky infusions. So chat, if you think I should, what would you like me to test? I'll test it out. Oh, we have electric furnaces now, Llama-chan.
Yes.
We should replace all our furnaces with electric ones. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to work on the thing. I'm going to work on electric furnaces, if that's all right.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think that we'll end up needing more space for the same level of production.
You lied to me. You said we wouldn't need to.
Well, so we don't need to expand anything in order to fit the electric furnaces in here. We can just do it. But I believe that electric furnaces produce at the same rate as steel furnaces.
Crafting speed 2, but they produce less pollution.
Yes, because they use electricity. But the thing is that they're larger, so for the same amount of area, we'll have less production. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Interesting.
But
So
we can definitely do it if you want to.
No. I think maybe we've got plenty of coal. Like that's one thing we've not really struggled with at all, have we?
Not yet. No.
Let's quickly just check our coal. I'm going to look at our coal thing now and be like, oh crap, we're literally about to run out of coal. Our coal is at 145k. Yeah, we're not really struggling with coal. I don't believe.
Not yet.
So I think then I will go back to my original plan of just making purple science.
Okay.
And to be fair, I need to automate electric furnace production anyway to be able to make purple science. So.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to start on rails. I need rails, electric furnaces, and red productivity modules. So I'll start working on those on rails first, and I'll get around to the electric furnaces.
Okay, awesome. And then I'm gonna try and figure out how we can fit an increase of green circuit production. Oh, whoops. That's wrong. Uh-oh. Is that causing an issue here? Maybe. There we go. Okay. So I got the ratios, I think, wrong previously for green circuit production. I believe it's 2 copper coil assembling machines or copper cable assembling machines for every single one green circuit maker. So I just fixed that. But we don't have any room. I wish we had logistics robots.
Well, I can change what I'm doing into doing logistics robots. I mean, we have the robots. Just need to build them.
Yeah, it might be a good idea to get started on that, so then we're not as constrained by belts. Speaking of which, are we automatically making advanced belts or no?
We are not, only making basics.
Okay, no, that's fine. Let's not worry about that. If we can get logistics robots, that would be pretty beneficial, I think.
Okay.
Oh, damn it, we're running low on copper too. Thank you for the Titanic Flute. Always love the Titanic Flute.
I don't get to hear it at times.
Oh.
Llama-chan.
Yes.
How do I get stuff?
Oh, well.
No, I'm dumb. No, I'm dumb. No, ignore me. I apologize.
Okay.
Ignore. Jank be dumb.
Okay.
No, I'm not dumb. How do I get a?
That's debatable, but.
Okay. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. How do I get sulfuric acid? the good shit.
Oh,
Into
go ahead.
into a factory.
An assembling machine.
Yeah.
So when you pick the recipe for something that requires a fluid, it does create a fluid input on the assembling machine.
Where?
On top.
I see that, but it's not. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Yeah, ignore me. Apologies.
Okay. No, you're all
Apologies.
good.
Apologies to all your fans. The Llama Maniacs. The Llama Maniacs.
Yeah. So
Llama
that's a input, not an output. You need to connect
Your
this
input.
sulfuric acid over to over here, not over there.
Listen, bro. How about you? You lay. God. Good for you, I'm happy and healthy.
Wait, what am I laying down? What am I doing?
Pipe.
Pipe.
Laying down some pipe.
Laying down some pipe.
I assume that means the same thing in the Americas as it does in the UK's.
Probably.
Do we have a buffer of red and yellow, red and green circuits, or is it just like feeding straight into other machines?
So the red circuits are feeding into the machines, and the green circuits are out. So the buffer is empty now, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so I see what you're saying.
Are you in danger, Jovi? Or am I in danger?
I'm in danger.
Is this real life?
Is it just fantasy?
Caught in a landslide.
No escape from reality.
Open your eyes.
Look up to the sky. And see.
And see.
Careful, Llama. That tone perfect pitch might get you copyright strike.
And banned.
Always got to be careful of that tone perfect.
Yeah, definitely. They need to bring me on to the next Pitch Perfect.
Good series of films, I thought.
So I never watched any of them.
Really?
Yeah, so I have no clue.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Anna Kendrick. I've got a feeling you're a fan of Anna Kendrick. Are you a fan of Anna Kendrick?
I don't know. I don't know if I've watched any of her stuff.
So obviously she's the main character in Pitch Perfect. And she's also I guess what else has she been in? She was in. Have you seen Scott Pilgrim vs. the World?
Actually, I haven't. That's one that I should have watched.
Gosh.
I've heard that one was pretty good, though.
Oh, it's Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, is it? Absolutely superb.
Yeah, it's definitely one I need to see.
I reckon if you looked her up right now, you'd be like, yeah, Anna Kendrick. That's a piece of me. I could, yeah.
Alright, you know what? She's pretty.
Yeah, I thought she'd be a bit of you.
Yeah. All right. Also, at some point, we should probably make some stuff to make it easier to clear out biter camps. Because I am having to refill the ammo over
As
here.
I'm basically combat disabled, I think is the best way to put it.
Right.
I think you're probably the best person to do that.
Yeah, it's just I could use some better stuff than what I currently have. Oh, I need to actually get some power armor. If possible.
I'm. You talking about exoskeleton?
Power armor. Right now, I'm using modular armor.
Okay. I'm building exo suits right now.
Okay, cool.
Just for the movement bonus. So I can work on the power armor afterwards if you want.
Okay. Are we
In fact-
making
in
processing
fact,
units yet?
Not yet, no. But I'm kind of
Okay.
doing it in a semi-manual way right now. That's why I needed the sulfur. The, not
Okay.
sulfur, the
Sulfuric
yeah, the
acid.
sulfuric acid. Yeah, that's what I need. Sulfuric acid. But basically, the requirement for the power armor and the exos is exactly the same. So I'll just make both. I'll make them for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Just
Awesome.
give me some time. I'll hook us up.
Sweet. That'd be awesome.
No worries.
Let's see.
No. Oh, we have got a lot of red circuits now, baby.
Yeah, I ramped up production quite a bit. But the primary problem now is that I'm out of room for green circuits, and now I'm actually out of copper. Like, I don't have enough copper inputs going in to cover our production anymore. I'm trying to speed up this belt, but actually, yeah, I think that speeding up the belt would.
There are worse problems to have.
No, that's true. It's definitely true. And you know what? Actually, instead of speeding up the belt, double belt.
Across the sky.
All the way across the sky. And then feed that in like that. No, you know what? Even better. We'll feed it around. Oh, I can't. Now we can. Feed it around. And over.
2 sulfuric acid, 20.
Like that.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
It begins, Llama.
What is it? What has begun?
Got the Excel spreadsheet out to kind of calculate what I need. I've avoided it this long, but now it's like, nah, it's actually like the maths is getting a bit overly complicated.
Uh-huh. Yeah, somehow last time I played this through, I beat it without having to get an Excel spreadsheet. Although I did have to do a bunch of math. Bunch of like production ratio junk. So maybe a spreadsheet would have helped me out.
Okay.
but we're starting to reach the limits on what we can do with the production that we have. We might end up having to expand sooner than we expect.
Wouldn't be surprised. You're saying we're out of copper. Do you have any buffer?
Copper plates? No.
At times.
Let's see.
Hold on, I built some buffer for copper.
Oh, actually, no, we do have a buffer for copper. What am I talking about?
Yeah. I thought we did. Lying to me. Trying to keep all that copper for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I think actually that the buffer is completely full.
It is.
I totally forgot about it though.
No, I kind of redesigned it literally as we connected to the server. The first thing I did was like, I think we need a buffer for copper. I'm gonna steal a lot of it.
Okay. Go for it. Although, I mean, we are a little bit short on copper, I think, unless I resolve the problem.
It seems like it's flowing a lot better than it was.
Okay, good.
Ago, so I'm assuming it's better.
Good then. Maybe I did my job.
Always good when people do their job.
That's right.
Talking about jobs, how is teaching the youth of today robots?
Oh, it's fun. I still very much enjoy it. I also get to go down to a local elementary school every single week and teach there as well. And so it's been a blast, honestly.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's one of the few jobs I've had that I actually love.
Well, that sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
As we were saying the other day, it's always good to have a job that you love, right? That way it's not work. Never work a day in your life.
Never work a day in your life. Yeah. Although a lot of the other junk I'm doing feels like work at times.
Give me an example. What else you got? What are the things you're doing in your life these days?
So actually, I have a merch store. If anybody is watching,
ooh, shameless plug time. Tell me about this merch store.
Yeah, I put together a merch store on Teespring, which has my logo on t-shirts, sweatshirts, water bottles, and you can buy a poster with the beautiful logo on it.
You guys may not believe that was a completely unscripted.
No, that was completely unscripted, but that was a perfect segue. And so putting that together definitely feels like work, and then also photography related stuff. Oh no, I'm getting Windows pop-ups.
That felt very much like you watch Lana's Tech Tips, right?
Yep, I certainly do.
And this is seamless, much like my segue to my sponsor. That's very much one of those moments.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Yeah.
It definitely was it actually worked out. I think that was a pretty decent segue.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and then the other thing that I've been working on is my photography. Actually, yesterday I went down to the beach and I got some photos, and I need to edit them and post post those up.
Yeah, I suppose tell me about the photography thing. How's have you had any additional thoughts? Is it something you want to reveal to the public?
Most certainly. I want to keep my photography and this pretty separated. So just because in part also with my photography I use my real name, and everything associated with the business is going to be associated with my actual name, and so I don't want to like mix the two up, but hopefully, why is there a curve here? Hopefully I'll be able to make something productive out of it.
I know 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
For
that's
all
cool.
for all you Llama fans, interesting things are happening in the background. How
for
do
sure.
Oh, shit. How do I cancel? Okay, I'm stupid. I'm stupid, Llama. Ignore me.
No, you're all good. You're all good. Ooh, energy weapons. All right. Now we just need processing units to get all this cool stuff. Have you had any changes on your opinion towards your job?
There are definitely elements of it that I think I enjoy more now than I did before.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if I think I've just. It's one of those things. I think I've been in video games for so long that I'm indoctrinated to video games.
Uh-huh.
To that industry. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe like my wife did say to me, like I haven't given this really a fair chance. I've been here a very short period of time. I should give it a fair chance, and she's right. I should.
Okay. So you're looking at it with a new perspective?
A little bit, yeah. I think that's a fair thing to say. Yeah. No, we'll see. I did actually meet someone. I did a introductory call. A new person who joined, and it's one of those. You sometimes meet someone and you realize it's a very small world. Have you ever had that?
I think so.
I literally had that with a wonderful lady I met yesterday called Lisa. Where she's just joined the company, and she was like, and she was talking me through all the things she's done in her life and her career. And she's a little bit older than I am, but she's been in IT for a very, very long time as well. And she was like, I used to work here and I used to do this. And I was like, oh really? Like, did you by any chance work in this location with these people? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, oh my god, small world. Like, I did the same thing, and we were basically doing this. And then I was like, and then at the tail end of her thing, she was like, and in 2017 I was working for this company and I was doing this. And I was like, did your office happen to be based in East London in this specific business park? And she said, yeah. How did you know that? And I was like, because I was working in the same business park. I thought I recognized your face when we first started this call. I haven't seen you in a few years because I left that company a few years ago. But we both came to that realization, that the world is very small.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was very cool to just kind of meet someone and kind of have that, that thing. But it's a small world. Am I right or am I right?
I mean, I would say that you're kind of right. It is a small world, after all.
It's a small world after all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's a ride that has that song going on in Disneyland. Have you ever been to it?
I've been to it. I've been to the one in Florida.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very creepy. I don't understand why it's so popular. I don't know. Do you guys? Maybe Americans don't like. That's what me and the wife thought, was that maybe Americans just don't find this shit creepy, but the kind of puppets that they have. Nah.
So I've only been to the one in Los Angeles, but I imagine it's very similar. And as like a little kid, I didn't think that it was creepy. But as a adult, I think that's a little bit on the strange side, for sure.
Yeah, definitely strange is the correct word.
Yeah. or as my grandpa would say, trippy.
Whippy. Speaking of your merch, I actually think what is your favorite piece of merch? Let's go back to some shameless plugging. What's your favorite of all the things that are on your merch store right now? What is your favorite?
So actually, I was really surprised at how easy it was to set up the water bottle. I think that the water bottle looks really cool, although I haven't gotten one myself yet. I'm gonna have to get one and test it out, but it looks like it's actually a pretty decent water bottle. It looks like one of those canteens, like clean canteens.
Yeah, I actually I think I mentioned this to you the other day. I was very tempted. I literally had the water bottle in the basket, and then it calculated my shipping, and I was like, oh my god, that literally doubles the price of the water bottle.
Yeah.
So I was like, let me wait until payday, which is tomorrow. Happy days. Actually, technically today, because it's past midnight. I was like, let me wait till payday, and what I'll do is I'll the thing that's really cool, everybody. If you it's one shipping cost for wherever you are in the world. This is worldwide shipping, and if you order multiple items, of which there are quite a few, there are a couple of t-shirts and hoodies, I believe. Is that right, Llama?
Yeah, there's a hoodie, couple different kinds of t-shirts. I think one was more for like aimed towards women's comfort tees, and the other one was like a sort of standard cotton t-shirt.
So yeah, what I figured out was, like, obviously, like, the shipping doesn't increase based on what you order. So it was basically, for me at least, being outside the US, it was a flat fee of about $30, $25, $30.
Oh damn.
So I thought I'll wait till payday and then I'll buy a bunch of stuff rather than just buying the water bottle, because then it'll be for me, just it'll be easier.
Right.
Yeah. Use offer code Llama for 0% off, everybody.
I could put in an offer code, but actually my margins on the merch isn't like super amazing.
Yeah, I can imagine it's almost nothing unless you basically kind of guarantee it like 10,000.
Yeah, but the way that this one works is it's like a pay to order thing. So if I could guarantee 10,000, I'd probably go through a different service provider in order to print out and then store and then ship like all of them.
I was working with the previous company I worked at, which was a video games company last year. There was a lovely woman who worked as the office manager, and the CEO had made it her responsibility. For some reason, she was the person now responsible for all the merch of the business. So she had to get t-shirts printed with the logos and all the rest of it to get shipped out. And for some reason, she managed to rope me into it. So I'm quite familiar with kind of that stuff. And I think we spent a good 6 months ordering freebies from various suppliers to try and get like just the quality. Because it's like, I think Teespring, the Teespring are fantastic, I think, which is the guys you use for your merch.
Right.
They're not really built for scale. They're built for like a reasonable scale, but not like insane scales, which is what we needed. So when you go to insane scales, the quality of the actual like cotton and the quality of the shirts goes way down, because obviously they're trying to like maximize their profits.
Right.
So it's really hard to find a good provider that can print like 10,000 shirts, and the shirts still be the same kind of quality that you'd get from a Teespring shirt. So it was I've got a little bit of experience in kind of like that side of things. I really like your shirts. I think the only piece of feedback, it's not even feedback. I would like a shirt. Llama, make this happen. This is your responsibility now.
Okay.
I would like a shirt where, like, I think your shirts are basically, it's a small logo on the breast, and then a big logo on the back. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
I would like a big logo on the front and nothing on the back.
Oh, okay.
Like, I think that to me would be, and I thought you were also going to do like the catchphrases. I thought that would have been cool, like where it just has like maybe a tiny logo on the breast and then a catchphrase across the front.
So what I was gonna try and do, but I don't think I have the artistic ability to do it, was to put a llama on the back and make it like have its tongue kind of like sticking out of its mouth, looking directly at the like where the camera would be, and up in like the position that you would sometimes see horses take when they're like like when they're rearing up, like getting on their hind legs and sort of like standing up, and then they move their hooves sort of like in the air. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
You can't. No. Oh man.
Can you demonstrate live on stream?
Go
on. In fact, I want you to go full screen as well, so people can really appreciate. Come on, you know you want to.
Oh Jesus!
And I also need you to appreciate that I have a slight delay, so I'll need you to hold the pose for a little while.
And then suddenly, in my clips, llama acting like a llama. I won't go full on, but like where the front, so these would be the front hooves, right? They'd be up like this. He'd be looking directly at the camera, and the tongue would be out on the side, like this, wearing the shades on its hind legs.
Okay, genuinely the stream hasn't caught up yet. So okay, yeah, okay, now the stream's caught up. Yeah, go.
Yeah. So I already explained it. So
yep.
That would be sort of the and then next to that having llama like on stacked on top of each other next to the llama. Mm-hmm. That was sort of like the idea that I kind of had, but again, I don't have the artistic ability to put that together. I don't think in the same style. I wish I did, but I don't quite think that I do. It's a little bit extra.
How, it's kind of crazy how I have gotten a few commissions in my time, not many, but a few. But when I get things delivered to me, and it's like, how the hell has someone got that much? Like why do I not have that talent? It's just drawing. How is it so difficult to kind of get it? Why can't I make it look like that? Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely is a skill.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's one that I would have to practice. I would certainly have to practice with it. Can
imagine. So you're not going to go with the audio issues guaranteed thing?
I might. I'm still having to kind of like figure out where exactly I want to take like the rest of the products. I feel like what we have is the baseline, and then I'm gonna start adding in like the more like niche stuff. I feel like all of it's kind of niche though, but
yeah, I know, I completely understand. I think there's so like going to like the podcast that I work on, will have like it's kind of died a little bit at the moment. We're trying to still figure it out, but it's very difficult to kind of remain on brand. You know, you're trying to build out this brand of what you are and who you are and what you stand for, right?
Right.
And who and how you want to represent yourself online. I think it's very difficult to. It's a balancing act. You don't want to deliver something that isn't representative of who you are. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost there.
Oh, I have an idea. Yeah, so I want to make sure that I want to try and design something that would have a casual appeal as well as something that would work for people who know sort of about the stream and what's going on with it. And so I'm still trying to figure out how exactly. Oh, I still have special hydrate disabled. Let me actually re-enable that. Let's see. There we go. Now if you do it, it should work. Due to disability.
Yeah, extra special hydrate. Which is basically half a bottle of whatever you're drinking.
What? No. I get to determine what the special hydrate is. You don't get to create new categories for me.
What is on the on the table today? What is in the glass today?
So I just have Sam Adams. So okay. Even though it was disabled, I'll redeem it for you.
I just realised this Jack Daniel's honey is 25 calories per shot. No, sorry, 60 calories per shot. This is hideously bad in terms of like, if I wanted to kind of lose weight, I really should stop drinking this stuff.
Oh, alcohol is terrible for losing weight. That's why I'm limiting myself to 1 beer per stream. So it's going to be 3 beers a week. No, 2 because I don't drink on Beat Saber days.
You should.
In order to try and lean out. No. Definitely not.
VR and alcohol don't mix. I learned that the hard way.
You learned that the hard way? What happened?
I went out drinking with friends and I came out. It's not an exciting story. I went out drinking with friends. It was a very heavy night of drinking. I came home and thought, this is a fantastic time to just do some VR, man. And I loaded up Pavlov VR. Have you played Pavlov?
I have not.
It's fantastic. It's basically you've played CS:GO, right?
Yeah.
It's basically CS:GO in VR. It's a complete rip off of CS:GO.
Okay.
And but they add VR elements. So when you go down sights, you literally have to lift the controllers up as if you're like kind of looking down the sights, and that's how you aim down sights. When you reload the gun, you have to like grab the clip from your waist and plug it in. One of the disadvantages of the game, it's one of those games that like there's a lot of first-person shooter games which kind of you teleport to locations to avoid sickness. This game doesn't do that. This game is full motion, like movement with analog sticks.
Okay.
I have never felt so sick in my life as I did on that day when I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like be in VR, and I'm literally standing there playing the game, and within 5 minutes I was let's just say it wasn't a pretty picture in my dining room that day. It was, I felt absolutely horrid. In fact, there's one of the time that happened to me in VR, but it wasn't due to alcohol. It was I can't remember the game. I was playing a game and I fell through it had a glitch on the map, so I fell through the map. And you know how you do that? If you do that in a normal game, you just fall through the map and you're like, cool, reload. Right. I fell through the map, and because I'm in virtual reality, my mind is saying that I'm falling through space and everything's kind of like going crazy, and my head just went, what the fuck is happening? And it was like, okay, and yeah, I just didn't, my brain didn't respond well to that feeling.
Damn, yeah, no, I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to have to fall in VR like that.
Yeah, no, it's horrid.
Okay, I think that we're finally good on green circuit production.
Sweet.
Damn. Okay. Oh wait, maybe not. It's because I cut off the other thing temporarily. So it might just balance out. Not sure. But there was a game kind of similar to Pavlov VR that I think that we played, and it was a Population 1. Me and Don Jovi played that for a little bit.
Haven't heard of that one. What is the concept like? So like Pavlov obviously is just CS:GO. It's like teams and all that. What's Population One about? Like what is the concept? What is the story?
So it's just a battle royale, except as a VR game. That's basically it.
That kind of makes sense then with the name Population One. Battle. No, so like Pavlov is literally you can either do like 5 versus 5 team games, or so I think it's 6 versus 6 team games, or you do and the maps are again very much clones of traditional CS:GO maps, or you do like defuse the bomb. It is basically CS:GO. It's been around for ages. I think it was one of the very early VR games as well. Like it's been around for absolutely years. And they've just over time they've developed it and thrown it. I think it's also one of the most popular VR games as well. On Steam. Yeah. Oh, I need to check out Population One. I'm always looking for. I don't really play VR enough. I think it's something that in my house definitely gets neglected.
Yeah, I have too many VR games. I don't play them all.
I think the problem is, and this is I think a problem generally with the technology as well, is when I want to play a PC game or even a console game. It's very much I turn my computer on and I'm pretty much good to go. I'm ready to play. VR doesn't have the same thing. It's kind of like, well, you have to turn the headset on. You have to kind of like make sure your controllers are I don't know. Have you got base stations for you've got an Index, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does that have base stations as well? And you use room-based VR, I assume as well, right?
Yeah, so the base stations are inside my room, and
so it's just that that whole effort of like getting it set up initially is just, I assume with the Quest it's easier because obviously it's all like Jovi's Quest is very much just you turn it on and everything's kind of, most of it for most games is built into the actual device, but that's my primary issue with VR. I feel it's just more difficult to start.
Well, and it's also pretty expensive too.
Oh,
like
I mean,
the headsets and stuff are not cheap.
Accessibility from an expensive, from a price perspective is too much. I think performance as well. I think for the resolution you get, you need to spend a lot of money to get like a really really good piece of kit. I've got a few friends with Quests, and they've come over to my place, and I've got a Vive Pro 2. I've got a few headsets actually, because I've kind of over time upgraded and bought better ones as they've come on the market. And it's one of those things of like, it's until you see a different headset, you don't realize how much of a difference they really are. Like your Index is leagues better than the original Oculus. Obviously, like they're getting closer and closer to just making it good enough, but definitely the early generations to the newer ones, there's a big leap in performance. The frame rate's obviously like 120 hertz, and just generally like a screen door effect, all that kind of stuff. It's just everything is improving at like a crazy rate.
Yeah, for sure, and it's getting cheaper as well.
And it's getting cheaper. Yeah, I think like I definitely feel that it's. I've tried it, and I'm pragmatic enough to realize it definitely is the future. I do feel VR is definitely the thing that's gonna, be the thing. It'll definitely be the standard across the world, but I just don't think it'll get there until you literally have a pair of glasses you can put on, and that's it. That's all you need, and it's the weight of a pair of glasses. And maybe the technology isn't in the glasses. Maybe the technology is in your mobile phone. That's what I see. Like kind of, the CPU and the processing is all done on a mobile. It Bluetooths the image to your standard pair of sunglasses that weigh almost nothing, and they've got a battery life that's half a day. That's what I see happening. Or that's what I think. That's the moment when I think it will just explode. And also those glasses, the phone. Obviously, you'll have any phone will work. but then the glasses themselves are maybe like $100. When someone invents something like that, that's when I think it'll explode.
Right.
In my opinion, that's
Yeah, I think that the Quest 2, for example, is a pretty significant chunk of the way there, because it's not silly expensive, and it's just got a mobile processor in it. I think it's like 300 bucks. So like
350 bucks, I think. Yeah,
somewhere around there. So like it's not quite there yet, but once it gets to be where it's maybe like 200 bucks with like everything included and is able to last a bit longer, I think then we'll be able to we'll see a little bit more adoption.
I think 200 is a nice spot for not like so right now. I think VR is very much hardcore consumer market.
Yeah,
only the hardcore want it. Yeah, I think at the 200 mark it'll be prosumer, so slightly less niche. But I think to me it really needs to get down to like the $100 level, before it becomes like mass adopted. Everyone is on it. You know, that whole Ready Player One scenario of everyone kind of going home and plugging into it.
So that's actually another one I haven't seen. I haven't seen Ready Player One.
Oh, don't watch the film. The film's terrible. Read the book.
Okay.
The book is fantastic. Yeah. Do you read or do you listen? Are you an Audible person?
So a lot more recently, I'm more of an Audible person. But I used to read books all the time. There actually is a book that I've been reading a little bit more recently. But it's more of like a thing that like I'm trying. Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with you, Jovi. Reading is really good. I don't do it so much. But I used to listen to audiobooks all the time. And part of that was because I spent a lot of time bored at work. Walking around an empty parking lot can get pretty boring after a while. And so what I would do is I would bring my headphones, and I would plug my headphones into my cell phone, and then I would have Audible playing, and I would like snake the wire all the way up like the inside of my shirt and then around the back side of my ear, so that it wasn't obvious at night like that I was I had an earbud in, and then I would listen to audiobooks and stuff.
Right.
Okay. Coincidentally, I also actually did most of my homework assignments at work too, with a Bluetooth keyboard and my cell phone, which I technically wasn't supposed to be doing, but that's what I did.
Cool. Hello, Stacey.
Hi, Stacey.
It's a horrible thing to say to me, but okay. I agree with Jovi as well. I think reading's fantastic. I was actually really surprised that my daughter's teacher, so my daughter's 7, for the viewers who don't know, her teacher actually suggested audiobooks over reading as just a more modern way. So she's like, "Oh, do you guys own like a Kindle Fire?" I think, and audiobooks are a fantastic way to consume books in a faster and more digestible way. Because also, like, I think a lot of the kids' books are like they get like the actors or whoever reads the books, the narrator, I guess, kind of puts on voices sometimes for the characters, so it brings the book to life a little bit more. Yes, Stacey, we're talking about reading books. So she kind of suggested that would be a really, really good way. And my daughter already loves to read anyway. She reads every night before she goes to bed. But yeah, it seems, at least in the UK schools, it seems that they're kind of pushing the whole reading audiobooks to just be able to consume things faster and consume more, and just make it more digestible and entertaining. So, yeah.
Okay. No, I can definitely see that. I mean, I don't know if I would recommend it per se as like a general rule, because I think that some people are different. Like some people are just different than others. And so like some people might be better off like with an audiobook, and other people might be better off with like a physical book. That's actually a really good idea though, Don Jovi. Have the book and listen to the audiobook, so you're kind of like reading along. I had never even considered that. I think it just depends on the person, because I don't know. One of the things that I did, so like I had a really early bedtime when I was a kid. My mom had me going to bed at 8:30 up until I was like 12, I think, and then she moved the bedtime from 8:30 I think to 9 o'clock. So what I would do when I would go to bed and lay down is read, because like I wasn't tired, and so I was just laying there in bed and not doing anything. So that's like where I did most of my reading, actually, was in the evening before bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Video game question.
Go for it.
Do we have lube?
I don't believe that we have any lube.
Bro, where's the lube?
There is no lube. You'll have to siphon off.
You expect me to just go dry?
You're gonna have to go dry.
Oh man, that's not pleasant at all, is it?
Nope. It was set up that way on
Okay.
purpose.
Okay, fine. If that's how it is.
You got to make your own lube.
No. Okay, I can do that. I just realised we're really short on engines. I actually need a bunch of engines. Do you have any engines in your inventory, by the way? I need 70.
I actually just expanded engine production a little bit. I'm on my way over to refill the ammo over here, so we don't lose all of our stone. Did I miss the train? I must have missed it. Damn. Okay. I just ran the whole way. I was expecting to see the train, but I didn't see it at all.
You've done the quick thing, right, of when the train's just going past, you quickly press enter and you jump in?
That was the plan. I've never done it before, but that was the plan.
Yeah, it does work really well.
But I refilled the ammo on our turrets over here, protecting the stone.
I'm actually really surprised at why our engine production is so slow.
I don't know. I just expanded it a decent bit too.
Okay, I mean I've got enough now actually.
Okay, good.
Cool. Yeah, I just need lube. I'm almost there with the. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make mine. I'm almost there with the power armor and the exoskeletons, by the way.
Awesome.
I just
Cool.
need to. I just need lube. That's all I need.
The lube is pretty
I've
easy.
got-
All it takes is heavy oil.
Yeah. Where are we making heavy oil? Are we making heavy oil? We are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just cracking it, so you'll just have to siphon off of it, but that'll be fine.
I was gonna say, should I is that a good enough strategy? Should I siphon off what we're making and then
Yeah.
Yeah.
For now,
put it into a... Okay, I'll do that.
that should be fine. If we have to expand production, we have to expand production. That'll be that. Oh wow, okay, Stacy was an avid reader. She would take her book everywhere. Read at the dinner table, the restaurant, read in the car. I've always found that reading in the car is actually really difficult. It makes me car sick.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of reading in the car. It's weird actually, because I used to also get car sick with books, and reading. But if I read on my mobile phone, I don't seem to have the same problem. It might be because with mobile phone it's much more short form like content, because you're not really reading like long paragraphs. You're just reading like short stuff, right? So I guess maybe that's that might be something to do with it, but yeah.
Yeah, that probably has something to do with it.
Maybe.
Yeah, see, actually, Jovi, I think that that's what killed reading for me, is that I stopped reading for fun. I was only basically reading to learn. And there were some books that I really did enjoy reading, or I guess listening to. But after a little while, it was not fun, so I wasn't really motivated to do it anymore.
So then here's a question for you and all the avid Llama maniacs in chat. What is your preference on reading platform? Are you people still old school with books, or are you all about the Kindle? Are you all about kind of that digital e-reader?
So I have a Kindle, and I actually have a really nice one, but I almost never use it. I almost always tend to read the actual physical books. So
why is that? Why do you never use it?
I think that I enjoy reading more out of a physical book than I do out of the Kindle, which I don't necessarily know why, because I have a Kindle Paperwhite, so it's not like it's a bright screen or anything like that. The Kindle Paperwhite uses e-ink, so it's basically just like a just like paper.
I had a Paperwhite and I upgraded to I believe it's called the Oasis, which is like the super fancy one. So I think the only thing the Oasis adds over the Paperwhite is the it has a headphone jack and you can actually listen to audiobooks.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's all it adds. It's the only thing it really adds. Yeah, I just I don't know. I'm still undecided as to whether it's better or worse.
I mean, the primary nice thing about having it is that whenever I need to travel, I'm going somewhere and I can't take any books with me, I can take my Kindle with me, and it's really, really small. So I can just stick it in my bag, and then I have books if I want them.
Yeah, that is the key thing, and like I do have a lot of digital books that I managed to get from a certain place on the internet. And yeah, I do like the concept of, like, when I go on holiday, I can take a few hundred books with me, you know.
Right.
I won't run out of things to read, because that's one thing I do. It seems that these days I hardly get any time to read anymore, but when I go on holiday I consume books like insanely fast. Yeah, I don't know, I still like the feeling of paper. I still have a bookshelf behind me, which no one can see because there's no video feed, but I have a bookshelf behind me that I store a ton of books on. Yeah,
Yeah. Also, I think another thing is that when I moved, I had a ton of books, a ton. Well, I mean, probably not the amount that you have, because I hadn't been collecting them as long, but like I had a good number of books, and I had to get rid of boxes of books. Because it was just too much to try and move them. I didn't have enough room in my the trailer that I was getting.
I mean, a form of internet library, yes, Jervy. That's actually a thing now as well, right? Because I've heard, I've not been to a real library, like a physical library, in many years, but I've heard you can do like digital checkout now of books, right? That's a thing that libraries offer.
Yeah, and actually, you can get audiobooks from libraries as well.
Oh well, so This is me going to be showing my age now. Audiobooks in libraries has happened for a very long time because I remember when I was a young man, a kid actually, I'd go to the library and I used to get audiobooks on cassette tape. Does anyone know what a cassette tape is, ladies and gentlemen?
So I know what a cassette tape is, but I've never actually like listened to one.
Yeah. So yeah, we used to get them on cassette tape, and then eventually I remember it was a big deal in the 90s when they started getting CD audiobooks. That was like a huge deal that suddenly like we had CD cassette like audiobooks. So I also got my first album on a cassette tape, Jovi. What was your first album? What was your first album, Llama? Or have you never bought like real music because you're a child and everything you bought has always been digital?
So I think that my first album, like the first piece of like CD that I think that was like mine and only mine, because we had CDs in the house that I would sometimes listen to, but I believe it was actually Chocolate Factory by R. Kelly.
Can you sing it for me?
No,
don't be tone perfect because obviously you'll get copyright strikes. But go on, give us some Chocolate Factory. Unleashed. I owned Unleash the Dragon. Unleash the Dragon is an absolutely fantastic album back in 2000. Mine is much more embarrassing than that. But yeah.
What is yours?
Come on. Mine was, I think the very first thing I bought a single on cassette tape, and I think if memory serves, it was it Friday Night by I'm gonna have to look them up. I can't actually remember the name of the artist. I remember the lyrics. I remember the lyrics like the back of my hand. It was Wigfield, Saturday Night. It wasn't even Friday night. It was Saturday Night by Wigfield. And you wanna know the lyrics? It was Saturday night, and I like the way you move. Be my baby. That's it. It was a pop song. I think it went to #1 in the UK. It was a Danish singer. And yeah, she was massive. She's known as Wigfield. And I think she won the. Do you know what Eurovision is?
I think so. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, Eurovision is basically a music contest, kind of like X Factor before X Factor was a thing, where all the countries of Europe, and also a bunch of other countries that we just for some reason include, that have got nothing to do with Europe, we just include them in, like Australia is part of Eurovision, because what it really is it's kind of under the pretense of music. It's basically winning political points with other countries and giving political favors to other countries. Of saying, we'll give you this award, we'll give you like 20 points. But basically it's a music contest. Every country in Europe submits a song, and yeah, you have a night of basically like all this different absolutely insane music, and every year one country is crowned the winner of Eurovision of making the best song in Europe for that year. And yeah, she was a Eurovision winner actually. She was a Eurovision winner.
Oh, cool.
I think Stacey might know this. Stacey, did you know Gina G? She was a Eurovision, a Eurovision submission by the UK, and her song was "Ooh Ah." Would you like me to give you a rendition of "Ooh Ah," Llama?
Sure.
Again, not tone perfect because I don't want you to get copyright strike.
Oh, of course.
But it basically went. Ooh ah, just a little bit. Ooh ah, a little bit more. Ooh ah, just a little bit. You know what I'm looking for. That's but obviously a lot more kind of dance and hip hop, and not hip hop, but more dancey than that. But that was a great song. It's the same generation, like same era as the Spice Girls. So it was that kind of generation of.
Okay.
Have I made a horrible miscalculation? I think I made a horrible miscalculation.
Have you made a horrible miscalculation?
Well, I have made enough. I've just finished the power armor.
Okay.
I thought I'd made enough. Electric engines to build 2 exoskeletons, but I don't think I have. I think I've only made enough for 1 because I'm an idiot. I think my maths might have been a little bit wrong.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh, indeed. So is this something? Oh, no, it's still making stuff. This is still making. I mean, all I need is more engines. So I think maybe I just miscalculated the amount of engines at the end. Like standard, you have to put standard engines in to get electric engines out.
Okay.
So I don't think it's a problem.
It's not a huge deal.
Yeah, I don't think I ain't gonna struggle, put it that way.
There we go. Alright, I had to balance the load and increase the output. We're going to be actually running low on iron just because we don't have enough miners. Like, there's not enough surface area to cover our production.
No massive deal.
Yeah.
I have 6. I need 24. I just need 24 engines, and I can give you some an exosuit. Where are you? Oh, there you are.
I'm right here.
How do I give you stuff?
I think you just click on me.
Click. Can't just click on you.
Left click.
I tried left and right. Didn't give me anything.
Oh, okay. Well,
Hold on. Do you have a... Hold on, I'm just going to put a crate down. Hold on.
okay.
There you go.
Sweet. Now I have to. Do I have to clear out the other armor?
You have to clear out the other armor. All the stuff that kind of stays inside it.
That's a pain.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's annoying. I'll give you some. I'm literally like a few minutes away from getting the exosuit for you as well.
Okay. Awesome.
I have enough engines. No.
There we go. So much more room. All right.
Jovi, why don't you join the chat and sing a song from Unleash the Dragon? Thong Song was part of Unleash the Dragon, right? If I recall. You've heard Thong Song, right, Llama?
I feel like we've talked about this before. I think that Jovi might have posted it a while back.
Ooh, that
Maybe.
dress so scandalous, and you know another person couldn't handle it. Are you shaking that thing like who's the ish, with a look in your eye so devilish? Did you know she had dumps like a truck? Eyes like what? Baby, move your butt. I think I'll sing it again. What a great
That was
song.
great. You should sing it again.
What a great song. It's such a good song. Nah, it's I'm not drunk enough. I was going to say, by the way, I have had a couple of nights where I've probably not slept as much as I need to.
Mm-hmm.
So I am not going to do... This is not going to be a 5 a.m. for me this week.
Okay.
So maybe a
Yeah,
4
whenever
a.m.
you need to.
So I think another hour and a half an hour and 40 minutes ish from my perspective.
Okay.
I do apologize, but
No, you're all good. Sleep is important.
nah, sleep's overrated. Plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. You know who said that? A Bond villain. That's who. Bad guy from a James Bond movie.
Sleep when you're dead.
Plenty of time to sleep when you're dead.
I mean, that is kind of true. But, like, if you don't rest when you need it, then, your body will pick when you get to rest for you.
Since you've had a half your bottle of Sam Adams, you do sound a little bit better, by the way. Your voice is less hoarse.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, that's good. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards the culprit being something in the vents. So I'll have to do an investigation. I don't quite know how exactly I'll figure out, and then maybe resolve the problem. But it's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Because I haven't had to clear out my throat or anything relatively recently either. So.
Yeah, I've noticed. Before we went live, you were definitely you sounded worse. You definitely sound healthier.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's what I'm leaning towards.
Do you know what I'm leaning towards?
Jack Daniels.
My fireplace. I'm leaning back in my chair, and the fireplace is behind me.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have a fireplace.
Of course, any self-respecting individual who owns his own home should have a fireplace.
A good number of places don't have fireplaces.
I know. That's true. Do you know what I actually discovered? My wife and I are looking to move home.
Well, we have a power problem.
Okay, I genuinely thought you were talking about in real life, but no, you're talking.
Oh,
about
no, in the game. Okay, so sorry. What were you saying?
No. What's our problem? Is it significant?
Yes. We're heading towards a.
Oh wow. Okay, we have a real power problem. Yeah.
Do we have a coal buffer?
Oh, we did. It seems like we don't anymore. We did have a big coal buffer. It's
all right,
gone.
hold on. I'm gonna throw some coal in here. Hopefully that gets us going to where we need to be.
We did have a big coal buffer. Well, actually, no, we didn't have a coal buffer. All our coal was just being mined and used, but the buffer was the actual belts. It was a belt buffer.
Okay. I noticed all of our inserters were running really, really slow.
I noticed the machines were running a little bit slower, and I didn't attribute. I'm an idiot. My bad. I just didn't attribute it to.
It's all good. I think that we're gonna be good now. Although I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up some solar panel production.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, we've got nuclear. Maybe that's.
Oh yeah, we should probably move. Okay, yeah, we should probably move towards nuclear. It's just, it's gonna take a bit of time.
Wait. Don't go anywhere. Let's give this over to you. There you go.
Ooh.
The old 30% plus, always helpful.
Much better. Yeah. Speedy Gonzalez now. Usain Bolt ain't got nothing on me.
Do you think Usain Bolt is only 30% faster than you are? I think he's significantly faster than that.
Yeah, for sure. No, he's definitely more than 30% faster than me.
Slightly underestimating here Usain Bolt's speed there.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. Just a smidge, as you Americans would say. And I would say, why are you referring to a sandwich when you're talking about his speed?
Because he moves at 3.2 sandwiches. Duh.
3.2 sandwiches per microsecond.
Per microsecond, yeah.
I think they did. I read this article about. It was actually about Michael. Is it Michael Phelps, the American swimmer? Is that the guy?
Yep.
So it was about Usain and Phelps and why they were so good at what they did, like why they're so much better than everybody else.
Uh-huh.
And it basically determined it's just because their bodies are literally, they analyzed like the lengths of their legs and their limbs and their muscle structure and their bones and everything, and said these guys are just built, like Phelps is just built to swim and Usain is just built to run. Like they're literally built different. You know, a lot of people joke about that kind of I'm built different thing. These guys are literally just built completely differently to other humans.
Interesting.
Well,
I mean, it kind of makes sense that like given a certain number of people with a certain number of characteristics, some people are just like gonna be built that way. Like everything's just gonna align, like the stars are gonna align on like a couple of individuals for certain things.
Yeah. Like so it was one of the things it was also talking about was nature versus nurture. Like could you if you trained as much as Usain trained, could you ever be as fast as him? And the same with Phelps, and their answer was basically like no. They just no human could they said not no, but they said like pretty much it's an impossibility for any person to just kind of assume that they could get to that level. It just isn't possible. Like these guys are literally built to run and built to swim.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Like that just some people are gonna be able to do that, some people aren't.
100%.
Yeah, I mean there's a certain level of ability that you can train.
Do you know what's happened?
What's that?
You threw a bunch of efficiency modules into some of the coal miners, and they've just mined out. They've just completely mined out the resources.
Oh.
So yeah, just dismantled those ones.
Did the efficiency modules reduce speed? No.
No, they decreased the energy consumption.
Yeah.
But actually, so it's probably got nothing to do with the fact that they had efficiency modules. It's more just the fact that I think just we're running dry on coal. Basically, it's what it comes down to.
That's what it looks like.
We have 117k left, which sounds like a lot, but I don't think it is. And to be honest, the effort to get that, we've got 1.4 mil just north of where we are, but the effort to get it, we might as well just go get nuclear. The uranium 2.8 mil to the northwest. I just don't see the point in putting the effort to get to throw in a temporary solution. Maybe we can just connect it to our train circuit. Bring it back to where our current power supply is. And
yeah, I think that'd probably be ideal. Is to set up like to the northwest our nuclear power plant, northwest of our base.
Okay, you want to set up near the uranium, or do you want to kind of? I was thinking bringing it to where our current power is.
Yeah.
So I think,
bringing it. Yeah. Or if we can have it take up basically the same place as our steam, but we're gonna have to set everything up, and then also it takes a bit for the nuclear power to like ramp up.
Yeah.
So we should probably maintain some amount of steam.
Of course. I mean, to be honest, I in the past, what I generally do is I switch to, I get rid of, once the nuclear is ramped up, I get rid of all of the steam, and then I basically have, I kind of design a jump start system based on solar. So if the nuclear ever dies, the solar will literally is only wired in terms of like the actual wiring as well. I make sure it literally can only connect to certain bits of the nuclear to get the nuclear started up. I do the same thing in Satisfactory. So kind of have a jump start system with some basic power plants to get the good stuff going, and then once the good stuff's going, then that just goes. So I'm gonna, like, I was supposed to get like the purple science, but I guess the power is more important. So should I focus on that, or do you want to focus on the power situation?
I think that we should focus on the power situation because that affects everything.
Not wrong. Well, one thing I need to do anyway for the purple science pack is build some factories that generate rails, and we're going to need rails anyway for the uranium to get over here. So I'll build out a few bits of rails.
Okay. Let's see. Copper, steel.
It's a quiet evening in your chat this evening.
It is. Let's see. Huh. All right. Everybody in the chat, if you're still there, let me know what your all-time favorite game is. And if you want to answer this question, you can too.
It's a great question. I don't think I can answer it. I think it's one of those what's your all-time favorite like music. I find questions like that quite difficult to answer. I don't know, you know, as they would say up in Birmingham.
But like my all-time favorite song, and this has actually remained relatively consistent, is actually "Wish You Were Here" by Pink Floyd. I don't know why, but I absolutely love that song and have since I was little.
All right. Good song.
Yeah, I think
Valid,
so.
very valid choice. I mean, every choice is valid because it's a very subjective thing. I think if you'd asked me a few years ago, I think I would have probably said like something from Michael Jackson's catalog. I think was a fantastic musician. I feel, especially his early work, I could put on his album and just sit there and just listen, regardless of my mood. It's just very listenable. I don't know. Music is difficult. I think games is difficult as well. I think I could definitely narrow it down to like what I would consider the best games I've played, but I don't think I could narrow it down to like an individual game that I've played.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you my official opinion on Spice Wars, if you'd like.
Oh, okay.
But I think
I'm curious.
I'll probably be repeating myself, to be honest, a little bit, because I kind of already mentioned it on chat with you. It's very rough around the edges, I think. I didn't realize actually it was by the same guys as the Northgard. When you mentioned that, it instantly clicked with me. It's like, that's where I recognize half of these systems from. It's
Okay.
very Northgard, very Northgard. So yeah, it's definitely like it's definitely got these elements of Northgard to it. It's just, I really wished. I think maybe it's also there's an element of my own personal like what I wanted the game to be, and it isn't what I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be Dune 2000, but like updated, and it isn't that.
That's what actually a good number of reviews were saying, was that they wanted the Dune original RTS feel.
Really, I didn't even realize there were any big review or even small review places that I've actually looked at it. 'Cause I thought, well,
I was just looking at the Steam reviews. I don't care
right.
about any of the other like any of the like major review places. I think that all of them are garbage, like IGN or any of the other ones. They're just paid to review games and give it a positive thing. So
100% agree with you.
Yeah.
I think almost every modern day media outlet, 99% of them are just paid reviews. But it's, I think that's what I was expecting, and it was a little bit disappointing that that's not what it was. Yeah, it's very different. It's a very slow burn. It feels very much like a real-time Civilization rather than rather than a real-time strategy. Like, I mean, Civilization is a strategy game. It feels like a real-time version of Civilization rather than a real-time version of it, like rather than a StarCraft game or a Command and Conquer or an Age of Empires. It's not
Right.
that. It's definitely not that. It's very slow burn. It's very, very rough around the edges, which I didn't expect. I expected it to be a lot more ready than it is, a lot more polished. I mean, it's very polished, but it still needs a lot of polish. It doesn't help you. Like you start it up and it gives you a basic tutorial, which is really rough. It doesn't really explain a lot of the systems. You have to kind of work it out for yourself. So I think if you were to play it on stream, you would be spending at least 50% of your time just reading each thing and trying to understand the choices you're making, because it doesn't really explain what those choices mean.
Okay.
It is seeping with atmosphere, though. I think it definitely captures that feel of Dune to a T, especially the newer Villeneuve Dune. It really just captured that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my two cents.
All right, because speaking of Dune and reading, I actually read Dune, but I read it in like a place that I probably shouldn't have. So I read it during AP statistics instead of actually paying attention in class, and I ended up actually not doing too hot in that class. But it was a great book, I thought.
Oh, it's fantastic. Did you read just the first one, or did you read the series?
I only read the first one. I read most of it in class, and then when I realized that I had no clue what the teacher was talking about, I was like, oh, I should probably actually pay attention to what's going on in here so I don't fail. Yeah, so I ended up finishing it off after class, instead of reading it during class. But great. I thought it was an absolutely fantastic book. And I thought that the movie, the basically first half of the new series, I guess, is going to be.
They say it's only going to be one.
justice.
They say it's only going to be one more film to finish it.
Oh, okay.
I have a feeling though that they might pull a fast one and make it into two, kind of stretch out that story a little bit, just to kind of make more money.
I feel like they could, but so I don't mind it too much that they are doing that, because they've done such a great job with it. I think, like, because I feel like they did the story justice.
I agree.
So
I think it's yeah. So far, it's been a great rendition of the story. They skipped over the bits that probably would have confused people. They kept in the bits that were important. Yeah, I think they've done a very good job of it.
Okay, good. Because one of the things that I was a little bit, I don't know if worried about is the right word, but concerned about was that, like, because I am familiar with the story, whether or not I was basically enjoying it because I'm familiar with the source material. So you think that, like, it's something that the casual person would also be able to enjoy?
I think so.
Okay.
I think again, it's one of those things, like, there's so many concepts that it tries to deliver, right? I do feel that, yeah, like, you could probably get to a point where it's fairly confusing. But no, I agree. It's actually like it does a very good job. By the way, we're not producing enough iron ore.
Yeah, so that's the surface area issue I was talking about.
Okay, fine.
We have as many miners as I can fit on that ore patch, but like that's it. So that's the production rate that we have.
That can't be right, surely. Nah, I'm gonna disagree with you.
You think so?
Yeah. No, I don't think so. We'll see.
I mean, okay, so I could fit like one or two more electric miners on there. Oh, and it looks like I didn't connect up these belts, but
no, I think you're right. It is probably like this is a very efficient way of doing it. I think just I would. Oh, one thing we can do here is break this out. Just do that. Just so that it's kind of.
yeah, it's gonna run into a problem here.
Yeah, I mean it'll run into a problem regardless. Yeah, but faster belts.
Let's see.
Like this stuff can generate more. I think just with faster belts. Maybe just from here.
So
like
actually,
faster splitters, faster belts.
what I could do is put a splitter here and then move this belt over more.
What does
And
that
then
do?
put that belt there and then take this right here. It'll help fill up the belts more efficiently.
Yeah, but you're still like you're still seeing the judder, right? Or maybe are you seeing judder or are you just seeing lag? Or is that just lag for me?
Sorry,
The belts are
judder?
yeah, like the
Oh yeah, they are still they're still doing that a little bit.
yeah, so I think that's just belt speed on the other side.
Yeah, but I don't want to upgrade that whole entire belt line over to a higher level. All right, I'll let you mess with it.
Yeah.
Because we're not automating the higher level belts. Go. Put this in as a temporary measure. Okay, cool. Looks like production and demand is normalized again. So I think that we're good for now.
That's better. See. That's not better.
I mean, aside from adding a belt or upgrading a belt, I don't think there's a ton that we can do.
No, we can do stuff. We can always do stuff.
I mean, I just think that the amount of effort for efficiency that we're going to get out of it is a lot. Is that right? Oh, they've improved the click and drag since last time I played this.
Oh, so much.
Yeah,
much
this
better.
is so much easier. It used to be that if there was a connection somewhere, it wouldn't do it. Like, it wouldn't do the click and drag. There we go. That should be good.
Do you have any plans for this upcoming weekend, Llama-chan?
I have to do some photo editing, and then I also have to get caught up with this application process for going to a coding boot camp.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit behind on that because I haven't really been working on it a ton. So that's basically my plan. If I buckle down and get to it, I can get most of the way through this weekend. How about you? Do you have any plans?
Yeah. So it's actually my sister's birthday on Saturday. She's 2 years older than I am, so she's going to be 41.
Oh, okay.
On Saturday. So we're actually going out to dinner tomorrow night. And it's my friend's birthday, a very good friend of mine, childhood friend I've known for 30 plus years now. It's his birthday tomorrow, so I'm going out for his birthday on Saturday night. So it's kind of like, although it's my sister's birthday on Saturday, I'm going out with her tomorrow, and although it's my mate's birthday on tomorrow, I'm going out with him. So it's kind of like a switcheroo. He's 41 instead. Yeah. No, my friend is he's actually the youngest of the group of my school friends, my high school friends. He's going to be 39. He's the last person to turn 39 in our group. So yeah, so basically 2 nights of really, really heavy drinking.
Damn.
That's basically my plan. And then on Monday is actually a national holiday. I don't know. Do you guys have a national holiday on Monday? It's a Christian holiday, so I would assume maybe, because you are a Christian country after all.
No holiday on Monday.
Not? No, that's lame. Why are you guys so lame? Why do you only celebrate the lame holidays?
I don't know. I mean, who classifies holidays as lame or not?
I do. I just did.
No. Nope. Americans do love money. That is probably why. Less holidays equals more work hours, which equals more money.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
In a manner of speaking. Oh, thank you, Stacy.
Yeah, I guess you're not wrong. I mean, how many national holidays do you guys get in the year? Legally. Actually, no, wait. Let me go back a step. Do you legally get national holidays?
We do. There's federally recognized holidays. That doesn't mean that everybody gets them. But there are federally recognized holidays. And also not the case, Jovi. Definitely not. Sugar daddy.
He's trying to find a sugar daddy. He doesn't need to find a sugar daddy, Jovi.
Yeah, I don't need to.
How dare you suggest such a thing? He doesn't need
How
to.
dare you?
He already has one.
Wait,
I'm right
what?
here. How dare you say that in front of me?
No, most certainly not.
Like, technically, I could be a sugar daddy. I'm old enough. I guess I'm rich enough.
No, you ain't rich enough.
No, I don't think I'm rich enough.
Yeah,
I wish I was. Here's an interesting point. So a friend of mine and I, my wife and I, going back a few a few conversations ago where I kind of just briefly mentioned it and we went off topic. Do I like butt? Yeah, I think a nice bum is attractive
long neck.
on a female. Or just a long neck. Well, I mean, Llama's neck is exceptional. I'm a big fan.
It is.
I'm a big fan of the giraffe neck, as it were. Or as Llama would put it, the llama neck.
The llama neck.
Llama neck. Sorry, what was I saying before I got distracted? My wife and I were talking about moving house. So yeah, a few conversations ago, I was talking about like my wife and I are now looking to move to a new house because we've just run out of space in our place. Our place isn't big enough
Right.
for us and the kids. So I was talking to my friend about it, and we just thought, well, what if I was to buy a new house? What is one thing that I would possibly need if I was a rich man in a new house? And we thought a cleaner, a maid. And then the topic went on to, well, like what would be the best kind of maid? And it'd obviously be a nude maid, right? Whether it's male or female, a nude maid would always be better than a clothed maid. And
Okay.
I found it so I googled it on an incognito window. Do you know, it's very easy to get nude cleaners. It's not a difficult thing to get, and they're not particularly expensive. It was very surprising.
Okay. I'm
It just came as a shock.
actually
that-
not too surprised.
You're not surprised? Well, okay, maybe in the conservative UK, we are a little more conservative than our brethren across the pond. Why are you not surprised? I was very surprised.
Oh, I guess it's just because like a lot of the people I used to work with. So one of the guys that I used to work with, he did security for a club, and I don't know how into detail in this I should go. Basically, he did security for a club, and a couple of the girls decided that they wanted to work on their own, and so
Okay.
but they didn't.
So a certain type of gentleman's establishment, is that what we're talking about when we say club?
It wasn't that type of establishment technically, but the girls were planning on making house calls,
Okay. Right. Okay.
and
Say
they
no more.
didn't. Yeah, so they didn't exactly feel like it was a very safe thing to do, and so they hired my friend in order to like do protection while they were making house calls. And like apparently it was just super easy for them to like get everything going, and he was talking about prices, and I was like, wow, that's actually not that expensive.
Not unreasonable.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I guess I've never really been exposed to anything like it's not something that I would go out to hunt for in my own life, my own personal life. So it's just not something I've ever been exposed to in terms of how much things like that would cost. So,
oh yeah, no, same here. Like I would never seek any of that stuff out, but when you work with some very interesting characters, and he was a character, he was a very funny guy, great to work with.
I can imagine he probably had some amazing stories to tell.
Oh yeah. No, the dude was great. And that was your special hydrate eternity. The dude was great. Honestly, my favorite person I've ever worked with.
Cool.
Like he was just that cool. Working with him was a blast. There was never a dull day. Like it,
Right.
it was just great.
I
But
also
yeah.
special hydrated eternity. Let you know.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
That's cool. It just surprised me. That's all it was. It was just kind of very interesting that one that exists. Well, actually, it's not a surprise that existed, because I think it's one of those things of like, if there's money to be made, it will exist,
Mm-hmm.
right? but I think just the fact that it was so easy to find, and again, I don't know what the process in the United States was, but it was like, so like, how would we sign up to this? And it was literally just like, you have to sign an application form, and they do an actual background check on you to make sure that you're not a weirdo who's gonna be dangerous. And then that's it. And after that, that's it. It's literally, I think it was about 3 times more expensive than a standard maid. And they did men as well. It's like, obviously, like, so I assume there'd be women out there that might want this service. But yeah, it was about 3 times more expensive than a standard maid, and that was it. It was literally just like, you do it, you sign up, and that you've now got a service where they'll show up once a week or multiple times a week to clean your home. Yeah,
wow.
Weird. Just like, and I can just imagine if you were, if money was no object and you were rich, you'd just be, and you were single, you'd just be like, yeah, why the fuck not? Why would I not?
Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, if I had a bunch of money, and that I would probably. I mean, I've always said, Lamborghini hookers and blow. So.
What are Lamborghini hookers?
No. Three separate things. So Lamborghini.
It's a joke.
Got it. High class, I guess. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. And I think those are very valid uses of funds.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Basically, I would call that the is it John? Was his name John? John McAfee school of spending your money.
Yes. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And he sure had money, so he didn't have to worry about much.
I mean, there's part of me that says he was. I mean, there's a big part of me that says the guy was an absolute idiot. But there's another part of me that respects the fact that he's like, fuck it, I've got money. Like, this is what I want to do with it, and he did it.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever seen his video on how to uninstall McAfee?
I think we might have had this conversation before, and I think
Okay.
I hadn't seen it before you told me, and I think you showed me it, and it was like, this is like the best video of all time.
It really was.
Yeah. Yeah, I think after he got ousted, right? It wasn't his choice to leave McAfee. I think that's one of the reasons why he probably became the way
I have
he
no
became.
clue.
Yeah, I think his fall from grace at the company wasn't particularly like good.
Oh, okay. I mean, I consider McAfee kind of garbage antivirus.
So this is going back many years, 2001, 2002, when I first started getting into the IT game. I was a consultant at the time, worked for a lot of different companies as a consultant, and McAfee was like the one you wanted. Like people use Semantic and people used a bunch of other stuff, but when you wanted something that was like true enterprise grade and it just had all the tools and features you would need to run an antivirus across an organization of like 10,000 clients, there was no question of what antivirus you would choose. You would choose McAfee because it had it used to be called ePolicy Orchestrator, and I've got a feeling it probably still is called that, because I think it's like one of those products that's like it's turned into a legacy now of like how known it was for how good it was. Yeah, like, and this thing was leagues ahead of the competition in terms of how good it was. Absolutely blew the competition away from performance and management and being able to just kind of control an environment that's that big. And they were the first people to do it. And I think that's pretty much where they made all their money from all those years ago. But I completely agree. I think it is hot garbage. It was back then, but it was just better than anything else that existed. But yeah, I mean, I know what is your antivirus of choice these days for a Windows machine?
Honestly, Windows Defender.
I was going to say, yeah, Windows Defender is, in my opinion, probably. I think it's won awards now for like how good it is. I think Microsoft really did like invest that money wisely, making Defender like basically the best tool.
Like it's leagues better than it used to be. I think that it still has a pretty bad reputation because of that, because it just wasn't very good. But it's just so much better that as for the average user, as long as you're not doing anything stupid, you should be fine with Windows Defender.
100% agree with you.
Yeah.
And people still scoff at me when I tell them, like when I go to, because people still have that mentality of, oh no, like, you know, semantic is the best. I've used semantic for years. It's like, no, man, it's bloated and horrid. And I think it's also, there's an element of like, because Microsoft, and this is one of those monopoly things, because Microsoft has built Windows to have Defender in the background irregardless. Like that performance hit that you get, and there definitely is a performance hit to any antivirus, just by the nature of the product. But I think because it's already in Windows and baked in at such a low level, you don't notice, and you never will, because they'll make sure you never notice.
Yeah.
Because it's always there. Even when you install something else, it still sits there in the background, just disabled. So yeah. No, I'm a big fan of.
Oftentimes, a lot of the like free antivirus softwares that you can get are basically just data mining, and it's not really providing necessarily that much benefit for you.
I mean, like there's you. I'm sure you're more than aware of the situation with Symantec and their Bitcoin mining stuff.
Actually, I'm not. Because I don't keep up with what antivirus, because I don't use any of them, so I don't keep up with what they're doing, what they do.
So Symantec released a tool, and it was a few years ago now, been maybe 2 or 3 years, that came as a free add-on to all of their antivirus utilities. That they basically advertised that this is a Bitcoin miner. You know, it's a tool, and you install it, and it will earn you money. You know. All you have to do is like actually by default it opted in. I think that's one issue that a lot of people had. So by default it will install alongside your antivirus, and so it was more of an opt-out policy rather than an opt-in policy.
Not good.
But basically it would install, and it was just basically a Bitcoin mining machine. It would use your GPU and your CPU when your machine was idle to mine Bitcoin. It was they did some. If you can find them on the internet, on YouTube, like various reviewers who actually do reviews, found that it was super inefficient. It wasn't very, very good. It was based off it was forked off one of the open source mining tools, but whereas those tools were designed well, the Symantec one was just designed really, really badly and really inefficiently. So it would overheat your GPU. It would mine even when your machine wasn't idle, so you'd suffer performance issues when you had it installed. It was obviously like the default was opt out rather than opt in, and they took I'm gonna have to Google this, so I don't want to make a mistake in case anyone's listening to me, like they call me out. Sorry, I'm gonna also say it was Norton, it wasn't Symantec, which I think Norton and Symantec are the same company, right?
I don't know, but I have been keeping up actually with the Norton cryptocurrency mining situation.
So maybe I've completely effed this up and said I don't want to make a mistake, and I've ended up making a mistake right from the start, where it was actually Norton was the guys who made this thing. But it was like 20. They took 20% of everything you earned as well, on top of the fact that like normal crypto mining tools would take maybe like 1%. These guys
typically,
these guys were taking an insane percentage of. So effectively, you'd be earning almost nothing, and you wouldn't get like. There's no opportunity there's no configuration to it. It's just turn it on, and it basically like joins the Norton pool. So what effectively people found was this was an opportunity for this AV company to install a mining software on your machine and mine on their behalf, basically make their money. Because it wasn't really going to make. I think Linus did a really good video on it and broke it down to how much you would actually earn, and it was like you would earn like pennies.
Yeah, nothing.
Like you'd be losing money because of the kind of power consumption and all the rest of it. But the fact is, you'd be losing money, but because for Norton it's a zero cost thing, because they're just throwing it in, they're making it enabled for them. They're making money regardless, right? So I think it was received very badly. by them.
Yeah, no, and it definitely should have been, because I had heard about the Norton situation, and basically everybody that has, like, I don't think Norton is very good antivirus either. But
I don't think at one point I think AVG have asked, before they've really kind of started becoming kind of more commercial. Like, they used to be good when they were completely free and they weren't a commercial entity and they were very much just an open source AV. All of them go down the same route. I think it's just a natural way, a natural way that antiviruses, the natural thing that antiviruses do. They get created as a really lightweight, great tool. They get better at what they do. They mature, and once they mature, they start getting bloated. And I think it's actually it's probably even like a natural thing that almost all software does. Because Winamp as well is a really good example of a piece of software that was absolutely fantastic when it was like version 2. And I'm sure you loved Winamp because it really kicks the llama's ass, I believe.
Winamp? No.
You don't know Winamp?
No,
Funny,
I don't know
you're
Winamp.
like, okay, but actually maybe you're a little bit young. Maybe you're it's slightly before your time. But their mascot was a llama. So that's why I thought you'd be like all over that.
No.
And when you installed it, it was basically a media. I'd say it's a media player, but it was an MP3 player. Like, around the time that MP3, you know why MP3s became big? They became big because they were small, and you could pirate them. That's basically why MP3s took off. And Winamp was one of the very first media players that was compatible with MP3 as a format.
Okay.
And it became absolutely huge. I think Winamp 2 was huge. Absolutely, like anyone would have Winamp 2. And when you installed it, the default, it had this like tiny WAV file that it came with. And that WAV file would play like the Winamp kind of catchphrase, which is Winamp. And it would have like an echo and a reverb. Winamp, Winamp, Winamp. It really kicks the llama's ass. And that was their thing. It was great, and it's at its height. And this was an app that you could only download off the internet, which also considered the internet had only existed for 6 years, and so this was around the year 2000.
Okay.
It had 60 million people using it in an era where almost no one had the internet in the world. Like internet was very, very rare. It was also one of those. It was kind of like the precursor, I guess, to what VLC is now, as VLC is like the de facto tool you use to play videos, right? Pretty much all video files. Winamp was that for music, in the early 2000s. It was like it was the thing, and then they created tools for people to be able to create their own radio stations, so you could kind of broadcast, the music you had on your machine. You could kind of broadcast it and add your own like microphone and your own like kind of stuff and talk over it and send it to other people. So you give them like a link to your IP address, and they can then listen to you, and you can kind of like be your own radio station effectively. It was fantastic. Then they released Winamp 3, which was horrible and bloated and disgusting, and nobody liked it. And then for some reason they skipped Winamp 4. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page now. So they skipped Winamp 4 and jumped to 5, and I think it was because they were like, 5 is so much better than 3. We're going to skip the number 4.
Okay.
And they are technically now, and they only just they've I guess they've continued development, but it's definitely not anywhere near as popular as it used to be. But yeah, it's Winamp 6 in 2018. So I guess they're still developing it. It was also one of the very, very first, it was the first software to have, like, first music softwares to have plugins, which you could then use visualizations. So you could have like really cool trippy effects that reacted to the music that you were playing on your PC.
Oh, okay.
And it was
I remember
super
those.
lightweight. Yeah, and it was super light. Yeah, I mean, even like, I think Microsoft added visualizations to Media Player in direct response to the fact that Winamp had visualizations.
Oh, okay.
Like that's how much of an effect. Like Winamp. Oh, man. I mean, even just like I'm looking at the Wikipedia page right now and looking at the images of like the app, and it brings back memories. It brings a tear to my eye how good it used to be. I guess yeah. You'll never know the joys of Winamp, Llama. Never know the joys.
I don't think so.
We need more iron. That's all we need.
Okay. Then we're just gonna have to bring in iron from further down. Unless you want to go to the northwest.
Northwest that's very I mean, coming from the south, you could just wire. You could just we could run just a bunch of belts connected up to the belt that's already going north, like up through the middle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There's two irons there as well. Makes it that just makes sense, doesn't it? Like two large iron ore deposits that are both bigger than that single one to the northwest.
All right, then we're gonna have to clear out the biters over there.
I tell you what, you clear out the biters because you're Mr. Attacky McTack.
Okay.
And I'll work on some beltage, maximum beltage.
Okay, sounds good. Wait, do we have any laser defenses yet?
We have them unlocked. We just don't have any.
Okay, that's fine. Hopefully, I have enough shielding and stuff to be able to deal with this down here.
If not, you run 30% faster than you used to, so you've got to run away.
Oh, that's true. This is true. Wow, the gun shoots so much faster.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much. I think we're at that point, aren't we? I think. Yeah, we've researched everything we can research up to this point.
Yeah.
Kind of need to unlock the next level.
Clearing that out was easy.
Oh, there's 3 iron ore things there, so we are in the money, as they say.
Yeah, we'll definitely be good for iron down here. I'm gonna clear out this other one over here as well while we're at it, because I took 0 damage from that whole experience. Oh Jesus, okay. I am not invincible.
Jesus, hold the wheel.
Take it from my hands.
Have you heard talking about song? Do you think that's a cringe song, or do you actually like that song?
I think it's kind of a cringe song.
Okay, cool. Have you heard 3 second rule? Like
I don't know if I have. It sounds familiar though.
Oh, buddy, if you're into the cringe, you need to listen to 3 second rule. In fact, I would even say you could probably play it on stream. Not even probably. I think you could play it on stream because it's a original song by this woman called Gail. And she's kind of. I think you can still find streams of it, but it's her official page that had it has now removed it from YouTube. It was so heavily criticized.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's copyrighted, like the system auto triggers it. It doesn't even depend on
Yeah, I wouldn't, but I think it's definitely worth a listen in your private time.
Okay.
It's kind of like a country song.
Okay.
So let me see if I can get a. You know what the 3 second rule is, right?
Actually, I'm not familiar with the 3 second rule. I'm only familiar with the 5 second rule, which is if you drop something on the floor, you can eat it within 5 seconds.
Yeah. In order to be a man, so this is the 3 second rule. I'm just reading the lyrics. See, there's a song to it. But in order to be a man, you've got to toe the line. and as long as you're able, you'll do just fine. Now, my baby should only have eyes for me. I know there's girls you might want to see.
Okay.
Well, that's when my 3-second rule comes into play. You can only look for 3 seconds, then look away.
Okay.
My 3-second rule. It's kind of like the rules you had in school. It's just my 3-second rule. It's designed to keep my man in line as long as he knows the 3-second rule. And I mean, just judging by the fact that you're cringing at me singing it, imagine like she's got auto-tune, and she's actually put like, I think she put her, she was at one point quite well off, and she put some real effort into trying to get the song released. And yeah, just I think the internet loves her. Like, she is adored by millions for all the wrong reasons.
Rough. Yeah. Oh damn.
Rough
yeah,
indeed.
no, that's
and the music video is absolutely fantastic as well. It's absolutely fantastic. It's worth such a watch.
okay.
She's done a bunch of other covers. I think she's got rid of that video now. She's got a bunch of other covers on her YouTube channel. I think she's moved more into like the mainstream.
Okay. So she had to basically get rid of that in order to try and get mainstream popularity.
No, I think I don't know why she got rid of it. I don't understand why. I personally, all publicity is good publicity. Like, there's no such thing in my opinion. Like, I'm very much of that belief. So, you know, even if I mean, some people can't handle it, I guess. If I was criticized for having a terrible song, I wouldn't give a shit. Like, if I become like a meme, I'd love to become a meme. I'd relish the idea of being a meme. I'd fully embrace it. I'd be like Bane when it came to the meme. I'd be like, you merely adopted the meme. I was born in it, molded by it. That's I would fully, yeah, I'd be all about the meme life, I say.
Too much. I mean, I think that it'd probably be great to be a meme. I'm not sure.
I mean, I don't think it'd be great to, like, I mean, as long as it's not something that in public, if you constantly get shit in public because it's a negative meme, if it's just a funny meme, then it'd be great. If it's a negative meme, then maybe not so much. I mean, you know the overly attached girlfriend. I mean, she made an entire career out of the fact that, like, she became a meme, and she was a negative meme, but she was like, nah, fuck it, I'm gonna fully embrace this.
Yeah.
She got, like, she had a YouTube career, and she was on, I think she was on Jimmy Kimmel or one of those, like Conan O'Brien. I can't remember what it was, but it was one of them.
Yeah, no, she took it and turned it into a thing, a whole entire.
And I think that's what I would do. I wouldn't be like, oh no, I'm not gonna.
Well, and also there's that like kind of old dude that's smiling with the thumbs up in front of the laptop. He loves that he became a meme.
Oh yeah, so he was the stock photo guy, right? He was literally did a pose for a stock photo, and then that just became the standard photo for any old dude working with technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he did a TED talk, and he was talking about how much he loved being a meme. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, I'm very anti TED Talks, but I'll definitely check it out.
I used to like TED Talks. Like when I was in high school, I think was the last time I actually watched a TED Talk and liked it.
So I think the last time I enjoyed TED Talks were when you were in high school as well. So about 10 years ago. I think they, like, I think it became very apparent that they weren't all they cracked out to be. Like, a lot, and also I think they changed. They went from something that was quite scientific and quite intelligent to something that just became about opinions. I think one of the worst ones I saw was where there was this one woman who was talking about, like, the dating life of a modern woman, and it was literally just a talk where she spends about, I don't know, a good 20 minutes complaining about how she can't find a man, and like how the hell does that warrant a TED talk? Like,
Yeah,
get it.
no.
You're lonely, but like that's not that's not content that should be a TED talk. Talk
No.
about like how we're going to save the planet with a new form of energy, or how like battery technology is going to do X, Y, and Z. Yeah, I think TED talks are pretty much, in my opinion, just these days. I haven't seen a good TED talk in years. Chat, what's the best TED talk you've ever seen?
Oh, there we go. A lot of people might not have even seen TED Talks.
Yeah, but we don't even know what TED talks are. What are you talking about, Janks? It's a TED talk. Why am I talking like an old-timey gangster?
Hey, Shay.
Have you ever had the thought about like what it would be like, or maybe it would be cool to live in olden times? No technology. You're living in the age of iron.
Well, I think that things would be very different. I don't know.
We 100%. I'd still be in India right now, and probably a slave to the British. And if not the British, some other white person.
Yeah, I mean, I probably, as I am, wouldn't exist because I'm kind of like a amalgamation of a bunch of different groups.
Oh no, you'd exist, but you'd be an outcast in all the groups because you wouldn't ever be like, you would be white enough for the white people, or Indian enough for the Native Americans, or Mexican enough for the Mexicans. You'd be one of those guys that, like a recluse that lives in like one of those huts on top of a hill.
Probably, but barring that, in some ways, I think that it'd be really awesome, and in other ways, I think that it would kind of suck because, for example, like diseases, we have such a better ability now to handle diseases than we did previously that a bunch of people would just like not be able to survive. But
don't you think that's a positive?
No, yeah, that is a positive.
No, as in a positive for the olden times.
No.
Survival, like I definitely feel that survival of the fittest no longer exists. We carry a lot of population that, quite frankly, I don't feel should exist anymore. I mean, maybe it's a harsh thing to say, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of carrying people who, in my opinion, don't deserve to be carried. We carry a lot of dead weight in the world. That's what I'm trying to say, I think.
I think that it just kind of like it depends on what carrying is, because back in the olden times, like if you weren't able to like produce a good amount of useful stuff, then other people would have to put like a significant amount of effort in order to like sort of maintain
make up the shortfall,
the status quo and stay alive. But the amount of effort to keep people alive for society as a whole, I would say, is actually not really like that much anymore, because the amount of people that are able to be supported by less people is more. Like more people can be supported by less people.
That's because things are simpler now. Definitely feel we need to sort that out. Like,
right, but like even so, what you're describing would just like if you removed social welfare, then that would basically achieve what you're describing.
No, it wouldn't. You know why? Because we already generate an overabundance of stuff. So even if you removed welfare, you would have people that through charity would keep the lower rungs like surviving, and that's a problem, in my opinion.
So I guess why is that a problem?
I think I feel that like as a species we've stopped evolving because again it kind of goes back to that element of survival of the fittest. We don't let like we let even the weakest in our communities and in our species like stay alive, which sounds like a horrible thing to say, and it is a horrible thing to say, but almost got to say it.
Well, so I don't think necessarily that like because I don't agree with you.
You think if we got rid of welfare, you think people would just let other people die? They wouldn't just be like, cool, we'll just figure this out through charity.
Yeah, no, they would, and I think that that's actually one of the great things about humans is that we would do that. We would try and keep people alive.
No man gets left behind. I mean, I don't disagree that that's a good trait that humanity has, and probably one of the reasons why we are as far along the evolutionary ladder as we are, because we build community like no other species. But I do feel that in some respects that's now become a hindrance for our species.
Well, I don't necessarily think so. I mean, we can look at other species that have also, in a manner of speaking, achieved a level of like I guess overabundance. And one of the things, because I mean I'm not an expert on this in the slightest, but one of the things that, as I understand it, the societal structure, because it's very common in birds, in like tropical birds, is that they develop other things that, like for example, brightly colored plumage and that kind of stuff, in order to like, because survival becomes not the primary determination for continuing genes. It's all about selection, and so everything sort of revolves around doing selection. And I think in a lot of ways our societies have kind of done a similar thing. What's going on here? And I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing. I mean, people over time are continuing to like, in many respects, become better. Like the ability for people to achieve like physical strength and great feats is definitely increased by the fact that we're able to provide basically like the best possible nutrition and the best possible circumstances for people to be able to train and achieve like those things.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Right, so I guess it's just up to the selection system in order to determine like whether or not the better or what the better traits are, in order to continue. But I think that it's a bad idea to give anybody the ability to kind of like determine who should be able to carry on and who shouldn't.
Well, so I don't think you should. So I don't think you should. So that's a slightly different thing. I don't think you should have someone deciding like, oh well, this person gets to live, this person gets to die. I think that's getting into kind of very different territory there.
Well, in a manner of speaking, what you're describing is that, because it wouldn't just be one person though, it would be a set of people. It'd be this whoever basically determines whether or not somebody can have a job, and determines whether or not somebody survives, without the ability for people to provide charity in order to
I mean, to an extent. I mean, yes, but I think it's one of those things of like, if you can provide a service, like, then, and again, it kind of goes down to, if we're going back to that kind of era of society and of life, you know, modern day society, there's so much automation, everything is kind of like, there's so much stuff that's automated, you don't need a lot of manual labor. But if you went back like 200 years, if you go back 100 years, so much stuff was manual labor, that there'd just be much more work and much more effort that needs to be put into jobs. So I don't think necessarily it'd be that much of a problem. I think it'd be something that'd be very easy to have everyone working towards a common goal. It'd be very easy to kind of say, well, you are a valid member of society. Valid is probably the wrong word, but you are a productive member of society, and you are not a productive member of society. And because you're productive, you have a job, and you can, carry on being a member of this society. And you are not productive, and therefore, I'm going to bin you off. Sorry. Get in the bin, as it were. Shit.
Well, I don't, that doesn't, like, that doesn't sound good to me at all.
Oh no, it doesn't sound good to me either. I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm just trying to make an interesting conversation happen.
Oh, okay. I was kind of surprised. I was kind of surprised by that position, because that's
No.
Okay.
No, it's a horrid position, but I want an interesting conversation to happen.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay.
close to 4 a.m. Let's talk about something spicy.
Yeah. Okay. Because I definitely, I 100% disagree with that whole
Okay.
whole thing. Like, that
I would be very
like,
surprised. I'd be very surprised. One, if you did, because I think I've spoken to you enough to know some semblance of what your preferences are. I'd be very surprised if you did support that position. But secondly, I'd be very surprised if anyone in the world, like, I can imagine some people probably in the world do support that position, but I think they'd be very much extremists to support that kind of position. That's a very extreme position to take.
Yeah. No, for sure.
It's a very Putin position, to, like, very dictatorial. I don't know.
Yeah, I think dictatorial works.
Yeah. Fuck the masses. Let's just worry about. Yeah. It's quite a communist approach as well, I guess, isn't it? If you're not a valid member of society, then, like, let's line you up and shoot you.
Yeah, basically. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on whether or not you're going by what actually happens versus what's supposed to happen. Because what actually happens is what you're describing. What's supposed to happen is not. Even but it never, like, it never works out that way. The way that it's supposed to work out. Mm-hmm. But looking at it from a ideological perspective, like, that's not what they would say is what would happen.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it never works out that way. Ever. not once. Eternity says hi to you right this second.
Hey, Eternity.
Why did Jank get a hi?
I can't remember the reference, but do you know the I'm gonna try and describe it, and maybe you know the reference. It's definitely an American reference. There's two guys, and one guy walks up to the other guy, and like with no provocation, not even like a hello or anything. The first guy who's approaching the other guy just kicks the other guy square in the balls as hard as he can, like just absolutely, like just decimates this guy's groin. The other guy winces in pain, falls down to his knees, drops to his side like in pain, and it's like, why? And the other guy just points to him and says, you know why, and then walks off. And that's it. That's the joke. Do you know that reference? I can't remember what that reference is from.
I don't know that one.
Okay, but that high reference that you just said, like, why does he get a high? That kind of just reminded me of that. It's like, do you know why you don't get a high, Llama? Like, I do? Yeah, you do.
I think you might have said hi earlier, but I assume that your hi earlier was like to everybody. So like Jank got an extra high.
Like it's like my 3-second rule.
Like your 3-second rule.
Yeah, it's kind of like the rules you had in school.
Keep your man in line.
Yeah, gotta keep. if you want to keep your man in line.
No more than 3 seconds.
Yeah, and then look away. It's just my 3-second rule.
No, you're right. Jealousy isn't a good color.
Have in school.
I was just curious why Jank's got a high, like an extra one. I don't know.
Listen, man, don't worry about the why. Worry about the when, the where, the what.
Oh, okay. He likes you more.
I like him more too. He is my favorite eternity. All other eternities are second or lower. He is my number one eternity.
The number one eternity. Oh, he says JK.
JK.
Give a little heart. Alright, so I think that for the foreseeable future, I shouldn't say that. For now, I think that our power problem...
The man knows Factorio too well. I definitely shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
The man clearly... You've played Satisfactory before.
Yeah, I have. I am cursed with knowledge. For the time being, our power problem is resolved.
Okay. Cool.
So we should be able to meet satisfaction.
Kiss me
for a
and
while
then just
now.
touch me until I get my satisfaction. Satisfaction. Have you heard that song?
I have, but it was a long time ago.
Great song.
And it was like all in a robotic voice, right?
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Yep.
Big electric poles, please. Give me all your big electric poles.
I have medium electric pulse.
No, it's alright. I'm making.
Okay.
Talking to myself like a madman.
I mean, it is beyond 4 a.m. Right?
Is it?
Is it? I think you mentioned that
it's
it was like 4 a.m.
I'm insane. Don't listen to me. It's 24.
Okay. The ramblings of a madman.
The ramblings of an insane person. An insane person that thinks anyone who isn't productive should be shot.
Well, I mean, you said that they should just die, right? It wasn't that they should be shot.
Well, no, let's shoot them. It's easier. That way it's easier to collect the bodies in a single place and bury them in a mass grave, which you can then throw into a power plant and use them for energy generation. JK.
Or you could just use them for food.
Soylent Green is people.
Soylent Green is people.
Have you seen the film, or are you just commenting because you know the meme?
So
actually, you could argue that was one of the first memes, because that's like from the 1970s. That movie.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on what you consider a meme.
What do you consider a meme?
I don't know, actually. I've never thought about what the definition of a meme is. Let's see. A unit of cultural information, such as a cultural practice or idea that is transmitted verbally or by repeated action from one
100%.
mind to another. Yeah, so yeah.
100% Soylent Green is people.
Soylent Green is people could be considered a meme, like one of the OG memes. But the only reason I know about it is because there's actually a product called Soylent that you can buy. And it is okay, cool. So I don't have to explain to you what it is. And so I was considering getting it, and so I was doing research on it, and then I stumbled upon Soylent Green as people.
Sorry, I'm in one of those moods. I've clearly drunk. I started with a full bottle of whiskey. It's now it was a litre bottle. It now probably has about 20% left in the bottle.
Oh damn. Okay.
And my brain has gone full stupid, because when you say I don't have to explain, you get what it is. And I was like, yeah, Llama, I get it. I'm getting it. Get it, Llama. That's the stage of stupidity that I have now achieved. I am now maximum stupid.
Maximum stupid. Well, just
I
don't go full stupid.
I have achieved 100% stupid. Thank you.
Yeah, but you know what happens if you go full stupid.
Yeah, never go. I don't know. Is that something you would is acceptable to say on stream? No, you never go full.
I don't know. I don't know if that would get me flagged on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. I mean, I've said a lot. I mean, I literally just said that everyone should be lined up and shot. So I mean, like, how much worse could it get, right?
Yeah, but I think
you can't say that word. That word, you know, you'll get the SJWs on your back. No, don't say that word.
That's kind of like the last thing that I want.
Yeah. As I was saying earlier, no publicity is bad publicity. Why is there no power? Llama?
Power is fine.
I'm dumb. That's why. Okay.
It's all good. Wait, I feel like we were going to have a conversation and then we got sidetracked by something. Was there something that we were going to talk about?
That is literally like our lives.
That's my life, for sure. I mean, today I went to Oh no, it was yesterday. Yesterday I went to the beach, and on my way to the beach, I got sidetracked by a small like lake, or I think it was actually the ocean, but it was like a harbor area of the ocean, and I was there for like a couple of hours taking pictures of like random junk before making it out to the beach.
Ooh.
Kind of thing happens to me all the time. See something cool and then go on a random adventure trying to find it.
What was the name?
Oh, it was a bird. It wasn't a person.
Yeah, so what was the name? You know the slang for attractive female in England is bird.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, you do know.
I do now.
Oh, yeah, I saw this well-fit bird last night down the pub. Literally, yeah. I mean, it could be an ugly bird as well. I mean, it could be a fit bird or an ugly bird. You know. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Sniper out on all digital platforms.
Sniper out on all digital platforms, bruv. Yeah. So is a fit bird like a good-looking bird, or does it actually mean fit?
No, fit means good looking. So she doesn't have to be. She doesn't have to be like. She doesn't. It's not like you're talking about a gym bird. You're talking about just a.
Okay.
I mean, like you guys have the same thing, right? At the end of the day, so like you guys call like there are songs that I've listened to in American pop where you call women chicks. Like, who's that chick, right? So you guys have like technically it's the same thing.
Oh no, I guess so. Like a chick is a type of bird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
no, I didn't even think about that.
I literally just thought about that as I was talking to you about it. I was like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. You guys have that. So yeah. Also because I was literally listening to that song earlier today. You're gonna say what song, Nav? I don't know modern American music. And I'll be like, no, you don't. So
yeah, actually, I don't know what song you're talking about. So
you know who David Guetta is?
No.
Well, that's not his actual. Like his name's David Guetta, not Guetta. But he did a song with. You know who Rihanna is, obviously.
Yeah.
So, American, so of course you do. You don't give a shit about anyone outside the country. Why would you?
Yeah, why would I?
Yeah. America's big enough to not need to worry about other things going on in other places in the world or other people. No, so yeah, he did a song, a very big hit. I believe it was quite big in America as well, called "Who's That Chick?" Shall I give you a rendition?
Please.
Who's that chick? Who's that chick? That's it. That's the song.
Oh, okay. Wow. Bravo.
Okay, let me. That's not good enough. That's not good enough, mate. Not good enough. I'm sorry. I've let you down. I've let Eternity down. I've let Jovi down. I've let Stacy down. But most of all, I've let myself down. let me pull up the lyrics and right. She's being a crazy disco diva, and you wonder who's that chick? Who's that chick? Too cold for you to keep her, too hot for you to leave her. Who's that chick? Who's that chick? There you go. That's and imagine that in Rihanna's sexy voice, and she's doing sexy gyrations. Like
Okay.
very easy for you to imagine, because obviously I'm tone perfect, so it literally is like she was in the room with you just then.
Definitely. Just like it.
Yeah. It's a very good song. I highly recommend you listen to it. Oh, damn it.
Wait, did you get another iron ore patch? The 3?
Well, you cleared out the thing, so I've actually what I'm actually building on is the iron ore patch right down near the bottom, near the south.
Okay.
I've just built like a massive. I bet it's going to be it's a bus, but it's 2 lanes per patch bus, which is why you're seeing 6 lanes roughly where you are.
Okay.
Because I'm a madman who has massively overscaled for something that really doesn't need that level of scale.
Yeah,
But,
we don't need it at the moment. I mean, we'll
well,
probably need it later. So
yeah, I mean, put it this way, we're not running out anytime soon.
yeah, all right. Then I will work on getting this automated rail going, like the rail production, because we're not producing anything because we have nothing to research, basically.
Yeah, I get you.
Let's see. So we need to bring in steel. We have a steel line over here. All right. There. Give me one moment. I will be right back.
Okay, buddy. So, attorney, it's now just me and you. Oh, you're going to bed. Don't go to bed. It was just about to get sexy up in here, up in her. Hot in, so hot in her. No. No. About to get sexy up in her, honey. Anyway, I'm assuming you might have already gone. I don't know if I saw that message earlier. So have a wonderful evening. I guess also have a great day at work tomorrow. I think you're at work tomorrow, right? Yeah. Just enjoy your Friday. Oh, there you go. You're still there. Thank you. Have a great day at work tomorrow if you're at work. If you're not at work, have a great day off. Enjoy your weekend. I don't think I probably won't get the opportunity to speak to you before the weekend is over. So yeah, have a good time, man. Take it easy. I don't know. I'm actually like waving to my web. I'm waving to my webcam right now, Eternity, because I'm that drunk that I actually assumed that I'm streaming. Eternity is just about to leave.
All right, bye, Eternity. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, whoops. I just switched the scene again. There we go. That should be good. Okay. Bye, Eternity. Oh, go ahead.
So, yeah, I'm not going to bother adding the miners for the other 2 places, but I'm basically fully mining out that 5.8 mil at the bottom. And that's, yeah.
Okay.
So it'll be very easy to basically add more as and when we need more.
Awesome. Awesome sauce. Oh.
Awesome. And in fact, yeah, we are like now fully maxed out on our belts. I don't think we need to be too worried.
Yeah, no, probably not. How are you planning on getting steel over to those machines?
What, these machines over here?
Yeah.
I was gonna nab it from basically down here. Like they're being generated here. I was gonna like do a thing here. What are you making? You're making the rails, right? You mind if because I was kind of halfway through making those rails anyway before this we had the iron problems. So can I get back on that if that's
yeah, go for it. I was just trying to figure it out, and I started something, but it didn't work, so I just got rid of it. Okay, and then I asked you how were we planning on doing this.
Yeah, I mean the other thing we need is the electric furnaces and the productivity modules, and I haven't even remotely started that. So maybe that's something you've got some thoughts behind. I've got no idea. Electric furnaces, I think, are going to be a ball. Not a ball ache, but we definitely need more red circuits.
No, we have plenty of red circuits.
Do we?
Yeah, we have plenty. Buffer's full.
Ooh.
Buffer's 100% full.
Not something you hear every day, is it?
Yeah, well, we're not sciencing. So, like, there's no consumption.
Where's our dynamite?
Over by the oil.
What's for it, buddy? You know that song? Ms.
Wait, what
Dynamite
song?
TE. Miss
No.
Dynamite. Oh man, classic.
Miss Dynamite Tiki.
Well, it's called Miss Dynamite, and it's basically like it was the debut single of an artist. I'm pretty sure she was American, and like the song went, "Is Miss Dynamite TE on your radio, coming to your stereo," kind of like that. That's how it went.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
I literally, I asked you for dynamite because I was coming down here to smash all this stuff up, and you've just done it for me. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Oh
it.
yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I had actually picked up dynamite earlier because I thought maybe about going down this way, and then I went up, tried to go up the other way, and it didn't work. So just gonna do that.
One thing I'm also quite concerned about, I have a underground belt in my inventory, and it's a cause of concern for me.
Like one underground belt.
It's just one underground belt.
Uh,
Half an underground belt. It definitely happened today. I just have no idea where the other half is. At some point,
Okay.
I put it down, dismantled one half, and it's really frustrating actually. Like I think that's one thing they could definitely like solve in this game is if you dismantle one side, it should kind of take both sides with you. That's something I'd be happy for a mod creator to create. Lauren, if you're out there. Yeah, that's something I'd be happy for a mod creator to create and not be upset about, because I think that's just a quality of life. That's a massive quality of life improvement for this game.
Uh-huh.
Are we making sticks? Of
No.
the iron variety? We aren't we? Okay.
We are not. No, sir.
Yes, sir. No, sir. 3 bags, please, sir.
Baba Black Sheep.
Have you any wool? That is correct, Llama Chan. That is flower reference.
I keep up with only the most obscure and greatest references of all time.
That's why the two of us get on swimmingly.
Faux shizzle.
Yeah, shizzle my nizzle.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this electric furnace thing. Stone up here. Paint circuit over here.
With great difficulty. I'm gonna try and do the entire stream in Bane voice.
You should try it. Go for it.
Try it. I'm doing it right now. I'm trying not to be tone perfect because you'll get copyright strike. I'm sorry. That's again. It's just me being stupid. I apologize for being stupid. I don't mean
No. If you do the whole entire stream in Bane voice, I'll do the whole entire stream in Stitch voice.
Yeah, but your Stitch voice isn't Stitch. Like you're a scam artist, Llama, because you say it's Stitch voice, but really, it's kind of like half Stitch, half Jar Jar.
No.
Yes.
No, it was just that, like, so part of what my Stitch voice depends on is my nose. And so if my nose is stuffed up, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Because the way that I constrict my throat, and I think I use my nose in order to get it. So that's why it kind of sounded
get it,
like...
Llama, get it. Yeah, get it.
Oh yeah, I'm getting it. I'm gonna get it for shizzle.
Okay. Yeah, you've put the pressure on. I have to deliver now. To deliver on the voice.
Let me hear your Bane voice. I want to hear it. I want to hear your...
Oh, you bastards! You're kind of being really good now as well. God damn it! It's not even remotely Jar Jar.
I'll snipe it out on all digital platforms, bruv.
Can you say Stitch out on all digital platforms, bruv? Because that would be even better.
A Stitch out on all digital platforms, bruv.
Oh, wait. 10-year-olds. I say 10-year-olds. Like 7-year-olds everywhere are losing their minds right now.
No, there was actually this one kid that really liked my Stitch voice and then my Donald Duck, but he could do a better Donald Duck than me, which was kind of crazy.
When I was younger, I used to be able to do Donald Duck, and then I hit puberty, and that was it. It was all. My voice acting career went to pop.
It went downhill after that point.
It went, yeah, it did.
That was it.
I'm gonna try it. Let's see how well it goes. I'm very drunk, by the way, so it'll be even worse than it normally is.
You mean even better? I think you meant to say even better.
No, I don't. That's so fucking horrible. After that performance from you.
The
problem, Llama, is I've merely adopted the Bane voice. You were molded by Stitch. Born in Stitch.
Bravo.
What's the matter, Llama?
All right. Bravo, good sir.
The rails will soon be ready.
That is very good.
But will Gotham?
No, I don't think Gotham will be ready. I don't think anybody's ever going to be ready for that Bane.
You're not wrong there.
But good job. Good job.
No, good job, bro.
No good job?
Bruv. No good job.
Bruv. No good job, bruv.
Hey, I think I can do an American, maybe. Can I do an American? Is this American?
Can you do an American?
Can I do an American? I can do an American.
Are you doing it now?
Am I doing it? Am I doing it now? Who knows? Who knows,
I don't
Llama?
think so.
Llama, I think I'm doing it now. At least in my head, it sounds American.
Oh, can you do a Southern accent? I heard that British people can do Southern accents really well.
No.
Oh, okay.
I've been told by my friends that almost every accent I've ever attempted has been absolutely terrible and most of the time borderline racist. So I tend to avoid accents. Yeah, my accents aren't very good. What am I doing? What am I doing, man? What am I doing?
What are you doing?
What am I doing?
What are you doing?
What am I doing?
What is it?
What is it?
What is it?
See, I can do that. I can do that quite well because I think the guys who originally did it were British. So that works for me. Here we go then. Job done.
You got that one down pat.
Yeah.
Alright, dude, I have hundreds of wood in my inventory and I don't know what to do with it.
Oh yeah, I've got 900 inventory because I just had to like clear out some forest and it's just like, yep, okay, let's get some wood.
I have a little over 2,500 wood.
Is what it is. Suck it up. Nothing we can do.
I mean, I'm just carrying it. Carrying around a lot of wood. It can be kind of a burden. I mean, some people like a lot of wood, so, you know. As opposed to a little wood.
Got wood. Who's that chick? Who's that chick?
Alright, I'm just gonna siphon off of here. That's what I'm gonna do. Who is that chick?
Who's that chick? Who's that chick? Something about a crazy something, something, something. She's crazy and something. Who's that chick? Who's that chick? No.
No?
No. Oh, llama. No. No, llama. No.
No. No, no, no.
No, please, llama, no. No, llama, we must not.
We must not what?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I think it's, have you seen Lost in Translation?
Uh-oh.
It's one of my all-time favorite movies.
Oh, okay.
Bill Murray, Scarlett Johansson, and I believe it might have been one of her like very early roles where she actually like she did like childhood roles before that, but this is like one of the roles which really kind of brought her into like true fame.
Uh-huh.
And so it's about Bill Murray. He's a famous movie star who goes to he gets a contract to advertise whiskey, and he goes to Japan. It's a Japanese whiskey brand, and he goes to Japan to advertise this whiskey. He's having and there's elements of he's having problems with his married life at home. You don't really see any of that, but it's kind of expressed through phone calls with his wife. He's having problems with his home life. Like, you know, he's kind of lost contact with his kids because he's older now, and his kids are kind of grown up and moved out of home. His wife doesn't really love him anymore. Like, you kind of feel that. So he's kind of very much he's lost in the world. That's the element of the whole lost in translation thing. And yeah, so he and Scarlett Johansson is in the movie. She plays a young woman who's just finished university. She's married a photographer who's now moved out to Japan. He's got a contract to do photography for this company, and so she's kind of in Japan alone because he's constantly working all the time, and she's kind of just like sitting there at home not really doing it. So it's about these two people. She's like at the beginning of her life, and Bill Murray's at the end of his life, and they just happen to meet by chance in Tokyo. And they kind of there's elements of like there's romantic undertones to it about like how they're developing like a mutual love for each other. That's kind of different from like a traditional love, so it's really cool in that respect. But there's also there's lots of like subtext and stuff. It's a great movie, and I mean one of the reasons I love it is I went to Tokyo in 2003. Lucky enough to me and a friend like organised a trip. We went out there. We absolutely loved it. And the film came out, I believe it was in 2004 maybe, like a year later. And there's so many, like, because obviously it was filmed like in Japan, there's so many pieces and things in the film that reminded me of my trip there. I absolutely loved, I love Japanese culture, and I love Japan in general. Like, I loved my trip there. I'd love to go back at some point. It's something it's definitely on my bucket list. But yeah, like that, there's that element as well that just makes me love the film. But it's got this scene, and there's a big element of this lost in translation where like the culture of Japan is so different from the culture of America, because that's the kind of the comparison they're kind of giving. where so Bill Murray, like the people who have hired him get him a escort. He just wants a massage because he's had a hard day at work, but the people misinterpret what he means by that, so they get him an escort like sent to his hotel room, and so he's like, she comes into his room and she says, it's hilarious, the scene, because she says his name is I can't remember his first name, but his name is Mr. Harris. His surname is Harris. She's like, Mr. This is going to sound slightly offensive. Luckily, there's no one watching. I'm going to try and do my best Japanese accent now. So she kind of said, Mr. Harris, lip my stockings. And he's like what? She's like, lip my stockings, Mr. Harris. She kind of puts her leg up onto his and puts it up onto his lap. She's like, lip my stockings, Mr. Harris. And he's like, what do you mean, like lip them? What do you mean lip them? And she's like, lip them, lip. And then she kind of demonstrates, like, rip them a little bit. And obviously, like, because of the accent, it kind of sounds like she's saying lip them. And he's like, oh, you mean rip them? Okay, rip them. And then he's like, again, he tries to rip them, and he like makes a tiny rip, and then she just falls over and collapses. And she says, oh, Mr. Harris, no, Mr. Harris, no. And then and she just makes this big hoo-ha. He says, okay, fine, all right, let's get you out of this hotel room. Like, I'm done with this. Like, what the fuck is going on? I can't remember what we were originally talking about, but that's watch Lost in Translation. It's a fantastic movie. That's the takeaway here. I think Lost in Translation is one of the best movies of all time. It's in fact, I think it's lauded as one of the best movies of all time. In fact, it didn't come out. It didn't come out in 2004. It came out in 2003, the same year I went. So I think it came out tail end of 2003.
Okay.
After I went, and there's allegations of racism. So yeah, I guess like modern media doesn't consider it as cool as I did back then. Widespread critical acclaim. Oh, and it was I think it was Sofia Coppola's first film. It was her second film. You know who Sofia Coppola is? Francis Ford Coppola's daughter. The Francis Ford Coppola, the famous director who did Godfather, obviously. But like his whole, like, he did The Godfather, he did The Great Gatsby, he did Apocalypse Now. He's like massive in like the stuff he's done film wise. His daughter also got into film directing. And so this was her second ever film, and it was amazing. She's also done, what else has she done that's really, really big? The Virgin Suicides, Lost in Translation. Okay, so she's kind of gone downhill after that. So the first couple of films were amazing. Yeah, like it's got like 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, so it's very good. I recommend you check it out when you next feel like the need to watch a good film. What time is it, by the way? It is 4:10. Let's not call it a day because I've got other stuff.
Okay. I've got the electric furnace production done.
I've got the rail production done.
So then we just need productivity modules, which I should be able to do.
Just greens and reds. That's all it needs.
Yeah.
That's pretty simple. I will start. Where's your
all the way over here on the right hand side of the factory.
I'm setting some tags so keep track of where some stuff is. Sorry, on the right hand side. I will start the setup, I guess, for the production of the actual purple science packs. Does that make sense? So if you sort out the whatchamacallit, the productivity module, and then I'll sort out the piece that's after that, which is the actual, like, putting all the three pieces together to give us the purple production stuff.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Cool. Wow, you have built a bunch of farms, a bunch of batteries. Yeah, this is what this is like Tesla Power Factory 1, whatever the hell he calls it.
Oh Jesus. Yeah.
There's an interesting
that's exactly what it is.
interesting tidbit of information. I'd love to get your opinion, not information. Interesting news story of the
Okay.
time. What do you think of Elon Musk buying Twitter?
I think that overall it'll probably be good for the platform since the platform was losing money. I don't know if they were
Well,
necessarily losing money, but they weren't. They weren't
I mean,
growing. And they were-
they've always been losing money. I think they've never made money. That's a guarantee. Like,
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
then
I mean-
I think overall it's probably going to be a good thing because like for example, one of the things is that as much as people either like him or hate him, the Donald was good for their platform. And
What?
the Donald, like Donald Trump.
Mhm.
He was good for
Oh
their
yes,
platform.
no, yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, like he made people talk on it. Like he
Yep,
made the
exactly.
platform, actually,
By going directly through Twitter, he was like making Twitter sort of like the place to be, in a manner of speaking. Love him or hate him, like that's exactly what was happening there. And so I think that some of the moves that they've made on that sort of stuff, and then also I don't have like any sort of confirmation on it, but it seems like they were leaning the scales in order to make it more of like a political platform. And I don't think that that's necessarily good for the platform either.
Yeah, so I actually think they kind of, I think they half-assed it, in my opinion. I think that they were. I agree with you. I think they were leaning the scales towards a system whereby like they basically wanted. They wanted the platform to be like this big. What am I trying to say? I think they, in some respects, they wanted the platform to be a political kind of like a platform where you could have political conversations, but at the same time they lead away from that. This like, and it was kind of like you can't have both. They kind of wanted both. They wanted to be a platform where you could have them, but also a platform where they'd censor the same, a platform where they wanted people to have political conversations, but at the same time censor free speech. And I think you can't have both. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
However, is a private individual the right person to? Because no matter what's like this is my personal belief. I believe no matter what anyone says that they're gonna do, or says that they are impartial, no one is impartial. Like, regardless, he might be impartial about maybe politics, but he's not going to be impartial about every subject in the world. He's going to have an opinion. Everyone does. So that's where I think it gets very murky. So I think I agree with him when he says that Twitter is the world's town square now. Like, it is a place for people to debate big topics that deal with the world. I completely agree with that opinion. However, I also think that you can't I don't think an individual should be able to police that. I don't think that's I don't think an individual should have ownership over that kind of platform. I think it almost then becomes when it becomes a world's town square, it should then become a government led, a government run thing.
I definitely don't think it should be government run.
Yeah, but you're anti-government.
It's, I guess, kind of true.
I mean, anti-government in as much as like you would rather like not anti-government in bring down the government, but you're anti-government in the sense that you think that private entities could run things better than government can.
Yeah.
If I'm is that right? Like I don't want to.
Yeah. Because I'm not anti-government. I'm more of like a limited government person.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think that for the most part, private entities can run things better than the government can.
See, yeah. So I don't disagree with that. However, I do feel that in a lot of cases, I don't disagree with that stance. However, I do think that in certain cases, the government shouldn't be allowed to run certain things. Certain things are in the public interest. And if they're in the public interest, it shouldn't be then controlled by any one individual, even if whether that's a company that's owned by like a specific private individual, or whether that's a company that's owned by like a PLC that's owned by shareholders. I just don't think that. Yeah, if it's in the public interest, it should not be run by individuals. That's where that distinction.
What I would prefer to see, rather than like a government-run entity, is an open source platform. A platform where the algorithm by which they are going to be filtering the content is completely open and available to everybody and auditable. So then we can make the determination as to whether or not like it's a platform that we want to use. And then people should be able to build their own platform if they don't like it. And that's basically what happened, except for the alternative that was actually gaining some sort of momentum ended up getting the feet cut out from under it by a bunch of other companies, which would have been Parler.
Yeah, I don't know if getting feet cut out from under it. I just don't think Parler was a good enough solution, in my opinion.
So Amazon Web Services canceled their web hosting.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but that's like, to me, I believe, like, again, you correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think I'm not fully aware of everything that happened in that scenario. But wasn't it because they broke terms of service? It wasn't just like, yeah, we don't like your opinion, bye. It was very much, you're actually like breaking rules here. That's why we're going to cut you off.
So I actually, because I'm not super interested in being involved in any sort of social media, and Stacey, it's disabled because I'm trying to get lean, so I can't be drinking too much.
Yes, Stacey, we're both trying to get lean, but I will take a sip on Llama's behalf.
No, that's not alcohol. I have special hydrate disabled, so this is water, aqua. I already drank my beer and I took one shot. So I already drank it and I took one shot. That's good enough for me for now.
When it's good enough for me, it's good enough for you. Good enough for you.
Yeah, so
I wanna be.
I know that he always tries to get me drunk during my stream with Jovi. But yeah. I'm not I know that you know, but I'm not doing that for this week. I didn't do it for last week. I'm not going to do it for the next week, just
Buddy,
because
this isn't ready. The fuck is this?
What
is this? Electrical. What is this? Electrical furnaces for ants?
I mean, it's expandable, so like we can get.
You need to make this at least 4 times big.
I'll make it twice as big. Yeah. So in order to get my goals, Stacey, I'm gonna be cutting back on the alcohol. A couple beers a week, gains. And yeah.
Wants his gains.
Yeah, I mean it's not even about the gains. It's about leaning out, so I can show my 6-pack. That's my goal for this summer.
Was dumb. That 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 was dumb.
What was them?
What I did.
Ah. See, and this is that's why I wish we had bots. Bots would make this all so much easier. Get rid of all the belts.
Get rid of your belt.
Actually, I can't get rid of my belt. My butt's too big.
Not wrong.
100%
No,
right.
I mean, no. Why do you not have braces in America? Are braces not a thing? You probably call them something
suspenders?
else, like suspenders is what you call them. Some people call them suspenders. I call those people ignoramuses.
Suspenders aren't really a common thing here in the States. My grandpa had suspenders.
Because he's a well-educated and civilized individual. You, on the other hand, sir,
I am very uncivilized.
No, I'm a
And
big fan of
definitely
suspenders.
Stacy. That's 100% the reason why.
Why are you only reaching for a six-pack? That's what I want to know.
Well, the number of packs you have in a lot of ways is genetic. I've seen that I can have a six-pack before, and when I feel my abs, I can feel the six packs down in there. So I know that I have a six pack in there somewhere. I just need to get rid of the little bit of flub on top of it, which means I have to cut back on alcohol.
I have a six-pack.
You do?
Yeah, it's cooling in the fridge right now.
Oh man. So when I was younger, I used to tell my dad that he had a one pack because his belly was all big.
Oh, so we call that so we don't call that a one pack. What
Oh, nobody does except for me.
No, so what it's a British thing. Well, we don't call it a one pack. We call it a keg. You either have a six pack or you have a keg.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
And then it's not a lot of flub, but it is a little bit. And when you look, you don't see the packs. Yeah, one pack. That's what I used to tell him, and he thought that it was super funny. But I'm almost certain that he didn't like it when I told him that he had a one pack.
So you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. If you feel uncomfortable. Which, if I was as fat as you, I'd feel uncomfortable too. I'm gonna ask it anyway. What's your waist size? What's your what's your waist size?
Jeans?
Yeah,
like when I put on jeans? So you'll have to convert this, but I'm 33 inches.
No, we do it in inches as well.
Oh,
You're
okay.
33. Okay.
Yeah. So 33 waist size.
How tall are you?
5'10".
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's about right. So I remember, and I always wish to kind of get back to this. This is my dream. At some point in my life, I will get back to this, and that is a waist size. I was when I was 21, I was a waist size of 28 inches.
Okay.
So I'd wear, so that's, I think that is something that's American versus English. So you guys do odd numbers, I think. Do you get like 31s, 33s, 35s? Like when you buy your jeans?
Yeah. Oh, it really depends on the company.
Right.
For like Levi's are done in even numbers. And I think a lot of jeans are done in even numbers.
Right.
But mine's odd and.
Right. So I think basically all of our jeans, all of them are done in even, like, for as British companies, like, we can, when you buy American branded jeans, they're odd numbers, but otherwise they're all in evens, which is why I like. So yeah, so when I was in my younger days, all my jeans, all my and I've got them all actually, they're stored away in my my mum's Mumsy's closet.
Uh-huh.
And she keeps saying, "Oh, I'm going to throw these out." And I was like, "Please don't do it, because that's the motivation I have. I've got all these fantastic clothes from when I was younger that one day I will fit. I will lose the weight and fit in again." But yeah, the dream is to kind of get back down to like 28 to 26. And back then I had a six pack, and that wasn't
Damn.
because I put effort into it. I was just thin, and my sister would always say like, "You were unhealthy," like she would say, "You're unhealthily thin." And I think probably a little, like I probably was a little bit unhealthy, because it wasn't exercise that got me that six pack. It was just, I was just a thin guy. But yeah, I want to get back to that point at some point. I'm looking at the moment actually for a gym to join, to start that journey.
Okay. Well, if you want or need any help with anything related to that, just let me know. I'm not like
The only help I want is help you can't give me, buddy. Sorry.
Okay.
That's like, could you do the exercise for me?
No.
Well, say exactly right. That's the only help I want.
No, it'd
No,
be
it's
cool
fine.
if somebody else could do exercises for you.
I think I definitely want to. Yeah, I know. I definitely want. When I finally join a gym, I will definitely be reaching out to you and saying, give me some of that sweet direction on like what kind of exercises I should be doing. Because I'm cheap. I don't want to fucking pay for a trainer. Not when I got a llama.
Yeah, the llama provides wisdom. Yeah, like, because one of the things that I've had to do in the last couple of years is try and learn as much as I can and come up with strategies in order to be able to do stuff without affecting my life too much, because I'm kind of lazy, and I don't know if I would necessarily classify it as lazy, but I'm kind of lazy, and so I want to figure out the simplest, easiest, least in the way. Oh, I moved that belt. I didn't realize that maybe you were gonna have a plan here.
I always have a plan.
Okay.
It's a bad plan, but it's a plan.
It looks like you got it. I always try and figure out the easiest and less impactful on my life way of doing things.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Because then I can stick with it.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%. That's a very sound strategy, I believe.
Yeah.
All right.
Like that
good.
too, lazy.
We just need like a lot more steel furnaces and a lot more what you call it? The red stuff.
Red circuits.
Red circuit.
Oh, production mod, or what are these things? Productivity modules.
Productivity. We will make purple stuff now, so and I love that purple stuff.
Do you now?
Oh, Stacey's been talking to me all kinds of nasty
sorry.
things. Ooh, Stacey, you being nasty.
Do you have a one fanny pack right now?
You let the Janks force you into getting drunk on a Wednesday? LOL, Llama. Sorry, that's what Stacey sounds like. That's literally not what she sounds like, but in my head right now.
No, not at all.
Six pack? Ooh, you be trying to get the ladies this summer, Llama. I don't know why she sounds like a man, because I know she's a woman, and I know what she sounds like. I don't know why I'm even attempting to do this. Blurb. Lol. Or I don't think you have a lot of flub from what I've seen. Is that a southern accent? Have I gone southern?
It's kind of resembling a southern accent. That's right. The closest thing that I would say that is a southern accent.
Okay, let me try and lean into the southern a little bit more.
Yeah.
OMG. No, okay, that's no. Jank probably has a one pack, a one fanny pack. Oh wow, Jank. Does Janks have a one fanny pack right now? I'm like that too. What? That you have a one fanny pack? That's crazy. You know what fanny means in what?
She was responding to a different thing.
Oh, lazy. Yeah. She's responding to lazy. Easy. You didn't ask Janks my question. Oh yeah, she clearly doesn't. The alien. Oh, apologies, Stacey. Yeah, I'm very drunk. Don't take any offense to my absolutely atrocious accent. You're being stupid. Oh yeah, I am being stupid. I'm very drunk right now. So I'm being idiots. I'm gonna get automation 3 if that's alright, because we need faster machines.
Sounds good to me. The machine.
What? So, it's very interesting what you guys call fanny, because in the UK, do you know what fanny means in the UK?
No.
It doesn't mean the same thing it means in America. Because you guys use fanny a hell of a lot, and every time you do, us Brits laugh our asses off.
Well, isn't fanny also like butt?
Well, fanny in America is butt.
Yeah.
Fanny in the UK is not butt. Fanny in the UK is how can I put this? How can I put this politely without getting you banned for life?
Yeah, try not to get me banned.
You know the you know. Does that make sense?
The woohoo?
The old If you were British, you'd understand what I meant.
Probably. I tried to use a slang term.
The poom. The puss.
Okay, yeah. The woohoo.
Yeah. Woohoo. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I'll give you that. The woohoo. Yeah, it's basically the female reproductive system.
Yeah.
Well, not the whole reproductive system, just the important,
gotcha,
the important parts.
You started off saying the important parts. You tried to stop yourself, and then you just like, oh, I'm going for it. And then
Yeah, man, I'm literally like, I finished an entire liter of Jack Daniels. I give 0 fucks right now.
That's a bit much. Just a bit.
Yeah, I have a drinking problem.
It doesn't sound like you have a problem drinking at all.
Exactly. So according to this bottle, I have drunk 33 units of alcohol.
Wow.
And the UK Chief Medical Officer recommends adults do not drink more than 14 units per week. And I've managed to finish 32 in a day. Well, not even in a day, in like, how long is the stream going for? 4 hours? I only started drinking when the stream started.
Oh my god. That's a lot. Have you been drinking water?
I do have a pint of water sitting next to me in a glass that I've sipped and maybe drunk a third of.
Okay, you might want to finish that off.
I need to wake up in like 3.5 hours. Yeah, one thing I find, and I think this is a natural thing, like water dehydrates, right? That's like a standard thing.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Water dehydrates you.
No.
Right?
Water does not dehydrate you.
No, sorry. Alcohol dehydrates you as well.
Okay, yep, it does.
Yeah. So one thing I find, if I drunk a hell of a lot, I end up sleeping worse. I end up having like worse sleep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the second thing I find is that I end up having sometimes get horrible muscle cramps.
Okay.
And that's again, it's just a thing. You are dumb, Llama-chan.
Me? What did I do?
Yeah. You are stupid.
I was just about ready to give you some advice on like.
No, I mean, look at this. Look what's going on here. Look at all these lovely red circuits that aren't doing anything because of the way you've designed this. What is this? What is this?
Oh, because it's expandable.
Like red production for ants.
If I just get rid of this, then voila, problem solved. Look at that.
Oh, you've done it down here as well. Look at this.
Ingenuity.
Ingenuity. British ingenuity coming to the rescue. Oh,
But one thing that might actually help out with muscle cramps.
oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Sorry, I've just broken your thing.
Oh no!
Oh, what have I done?
What did you switch the production?
All
right.
There we
No,
go.
we're good. We're good.
There we go. Okay. Sorry, I had like 600 red things in my inventory circuits. So
Oh damn.
all the stuff
Okay.
Just dump those into me.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Something that might actually help out with muscle cramps is magnesium.
Yeah, and salt as well, right? Like if your body generally like lacks salt. I think for me specifically, I think it's very much water. Like if I drink heavily, I dehydrate, and then I will get muscle cramps that evening, or I won't sleep well. So yeah,
So-
I will definitely chug this entire pint of water before I go to bed.
That'll be good. If
What's a good source of magnesium?
oh geez, I usually just have magnesium, like supplement.
Oh, I thought you meant I thought you meant you just suck on a piece of magnesium metal and let it fizz on your tongue.
No, definitely not. I have a vitamin, a magnesium vitamin that I take basically every single day. But I had a friend who carried around magnesium, I think, but it looked like Coke, so I'm not 100% certain, but I think it was magnesium, and it was like in a powdered form. And he would take that whenever he would get muscle cramps. I guess he got muscle cramps so bad that he would carry around magnesium with him. I don't know.
To me that sounds a bit extreme.
It definitely would be, but he was also like a much older dude, and had been dealing with muscle cramps, I guess, for forever, and so he was sick and tired of it. And,
so yeah, I never get muscle cramps normally. I only ever get them when I've drunk really heavily, and it'll be like the same night. Like I won't get like it'll happen that night, and then like going forward they'll stop again. So I can imagine.
The other
like
thing,
I said, I'm out drinking. Like I'm drinking right now because I'm an idiot, and I'm out drinking tomorrow night, and I'll be out drinking again on Saturday night. So I definitely need to make sure I hydrate. As they say in Britain, first we hydrate, then we educate.
wait, what? That's actually a saying?
Yeah, it is a saying.
Okay.
It's something school teachers say, kind of promote people like kids drinking water. First we hydrate, then we educate.
Okay, I mean it's good. Like the more hydro homies, the better. But I've never heard that before. But I guess that's like a Britain thing. So
Britain thing, innit?
yeah, in it, bruv.
So yeah, what were we talking about?
Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention is that salt could be good or bad depending on the amount of salt you get in your diet. So I don't know how much salt you get, but if you don't get enough, then getting more salt would be better for hydration. But if you get too much salt, then more salt would not be good.
Yeah. So here's a thing I read when I was maybe, how old was I? I was probably like 15 or 16 years old.
Oh.
So many years ago, I read something about, there was an article saying we put too much salt on our food. You should stop putting salt on your food. Your body actually generates salt. Well, one, there's salt in everything anyway. Like even like plain meat will have some level of salt in it. So you don't need to add salt into food. And two, your body can actually create salt from the food you consume, like through various chemical processes. Your body will create salt. Therefore, you should not need to ever consume additional salt. So, from about 15 years old, I stopped adding salt onto any food. Like I just refused to do it. I would never add salt onto any dish, and I wouldn't put salt into food either. And I've done that. I did that for pretty much most of my life until last year, when I read another article that said people in the country, like, which actually referred back to the original article, saying that that article was so successful in telling people to not put salt on their food, that it's gone too much the other way now, and actually having some salt in your diet is like having the correct amount of salt in your diet is actually very, very important. You shouldn't necessarily undersalt, because that could be just as bad as oversalted.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they should have just put out the correct information to begin with, because like your body doesn't generate its own salt, from what I understand. So, like that's silly.
Well, no. So your body, not in terms of so this is definitely true. Your body doesn't generate salt, but it can. Like every piece of food you eat, even if it doesn't taste salty, will have a level of salt in it, and your body can extract that and use it.
Oh yeah. Like you can get salt from your food.
Yeah. So what I think, so they definitely like completely they kind of missold how much salt you can get. Like the way it was written, it was like you don't need to add any salt at all, you'll be perfectly fine. What they should have written is like eat a varied, balanced diet, and you'll probably get the right amount of salt without having to add additional. But if you don't eat a very varied diet, if your diet is kind of, I mean, my diet isn't restrictive, but my diet is pretty shitty. I don't really eat healthy foods like very often. I should eat much healthier foods than I do. So I am probably like one thing I feel that I am lacking. And then so there's this other article that said you should add salt. At that point, I actually bought salt tablets to see what would happen. And I think it was basically like, it was just your recommended daily dose of salt in a single tablet. You just you could either throw it in water and drink it as salty water, or you could just down it as a pill. And I used to just down it as a pill, and I did actually feel significantly better, like just generally, like from just a wellness perspective, I felt better. So yeah, I definitely feel that I was lacking in salt. I do think that's something that modern society is not caught up with yet. Salt is a superfood.
No, salt is extremely important part of people's diets. The problem is that there's a lot of people that get way too much salt because they eat a lot of salty foods, and then there's other people. I think my mom was like this, where there's just no salt in anything ever, and I typically don't put salt on most stuff, but if I haven't eaten anything with any salt in it in a long time, I'll actually like eat a little bit of salt, like not much, but in order to make sure that I'm getting at least a little bit, because I don't salt anything, and I don't think I consume very salty foods.
Yeah, so my friend was actually like that. Like he was really big on he was actually like he was like big onto weight training as well. Like there was something he's really into weight training. So he was really big on like making sure he consumed the correct levels of salt all the time. So there used to be times in the day when he was like, shit, I haven't had my correct, like, and he's like big on muscle building and stuff as well, like, a very, very big guy. And yeah, he used to just be like, shit, I haven't consumed the correct level of salt for today, because I haven't consumed enough X, Y, and Z. So he would literally just like, right, take a spoonful of salt, like a teaspoonful of salt, just the word is neck it, I guess. We would just neck a teaspoonful of salt. It's just, to me, it just sounds insane, but he assured me it was perfectly fine. But yeah, 100%, I agree with you. I think salt is an important part of a balanced diet.
Yeah, like a lot of things are good in moderation, as long as people just don't take it to the extreme. I mean, because even water, like if you drink too much water, it can like literally kill you. The amount of water you have to drink is insane, but you can literally die from drinking too much water. So it's like water is one of those things that's really recognized as just like a healthy thing to consume, but you know, everything in some level of moderation.
100%, I completely agree with that. Completely agree with you, Llama-chan.
It's cool we agree on something.
We agree on many things.
Actually, yeah, we do. We do agree on a good number of stuff. We disagree on a good number of stuff too, though.
Do we?
We do.
Do we?
We do.
Do we though?
I think that we do.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, you're right.
All right.
Okay.
Well, cool. We're in a pretty good position at the moment, I think.
That's what she said.
Let's see.
Oh, Jank, you so funny. Thanks, Llama. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. I'm so good at complimenting people, I can do it through other people.
Right, let's try and copy what you did here. Did this. Oh, cheers, buddy. You did bit of this. Oh, god damn it! You literally clicked as I was clicking. Yeah. Oh no, that's the wrong way. Did that. Bit of that. I'm still building more machines. Did a bit of this. And a bit of this. Oh, you did a bit of this. Boop. You did a right click, left click. We need more red, like lots more.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. We're kind of out of space though.
Find another place. You listen to the Prodigy.
So, do I listen to the Prodigy?
Or,
No.
or used to, because he's dead now, and so the band is split up.
Oh, is a band?
There's a band, yeah.
Okay, no, I've never heard of the Prodigy.
Oh, buddy, I think you'd love them. They did a song called Out of Space back in 1992. It's like you like electronic music, right? Dance and electro. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd love the Prodigy. You'd absolutely like. Oh, you must have heard. You've heard "Smack My Bitch Up," right?
No,
Must
I
have heard Smack My
haven't.
Bitch Up. Massive in America. It's a shame that we can't play like friggin' copyrighted music, because it's massive in like movies and stuff. Like it's constantly used because it's such a good electronic dance song, and it's just a shame that the title is that title, because yeah, it's just, I mean, there isn't really many lyrics. It's just every now and then someone shouts "Smack my bitch up" really loudly. But they do this song called "Out of Space," and it's just amazing.
Well, I don't know if I've ever heard that song before. It's not typically the music that I gravitate towards.
I highly recommend, like right after we finish our stream, you and I like check it out together as a team.
I'd be down. I'd be down to listen to it.
I mean, it's literally like just like all I'm saying is let's just go onto YouTube and I'll God damn it.
I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Are you though?
I am home chicken. I am.
Home slice. You've set up burner friggin' thingamawhatsits with fucking coal, and the coal's almost run out. What kind of shoddiness is this, Llama?
Wait, what? The coal's almost run out?
Shoddiness for ants.
It is shoddiness for ants.
Your half-our solution at like your half-assed solution for this. Come with me if you want to live.
Solution for what?
What's this? What's going on here? What's going on here, Llama-chan? What is this?
Oh, yeah. That was very much a like, let's make it work. Let's just make it work thing going on. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna tear this down. I'm gonna tear this up. We're gonna do this different.
That's what she said.
We're just gonna build it different because we're built different.
I hate it when people say they're built different. Like, no, you're not built different. You're built like everybody else. No such thing.
Unless you're Usain Bolt and Michael Phelps.
And unless you're Usain Bolt or Michael Phelps, then yeah, you're not born different. You're the same. You hear me? Wait, what do you need if you? Oh, okay, red and green. Like, what are we doing, Llama? What are we doing with our lives?
Living. We're living our lives.
What are we doing? What is this shoddiness? Get rid of all this shoddiness.
Look at that. No coal needed. Boom. I'm a wizard. Wait, what are you doing?
Doing what you should have done hundreds of thousands of years ago. And let's pick up all these greens.
Are you just gonna take it around to the other side? I'm watching.
I want to get it to the other side. How do I get it to the other side? My brain has stopped working.
You should ask the chicken.
You be quiet. You've done
ask the
enough.
chicken. Ask the chicken how we got to the other side.
You be quiet. You. There, look at that. Oh. Took me a second, but I got there.
Congratulations.
Thanks, buddy. I've been sent into outer space to find another race. I've been sent into outer space to find another race. Take your brain to another dimension. Take your brain to another dimension. Take your brain to another dimension. Pay close attention. Boop 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 boop. That's basically the song.
Oh, what song?
The Outer Space by Prodigy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Look, I get you just don't listen to me 99% of the time because I talk shit, but you know.
Well, I didn't understand what was going on, and then.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
Yeah. Yeah, but it also it takes me a minute to connect dots if we talk about something else and then go back to something, and my brain has already moved on. Like.
Yeah, my brain is weird. It just kind of like I just fly around different subjects and then go back to other subjects. It's kind of I'm all over the place all the time.
Yep.
It's what I find it really difficult at work actually to kind of focus down on individual subjects, which is why I constantly have to take notes all the time. It just feels like I don't know if you ever get this, like when you're having a conversation with someone and your brain. Actually, no, we've had this conversation a little while ago about it was when you did your reply to line goes up, and we were saying how both of us are the same. Our brain goes so fast that you move on to the next thing before you've even finished processing the thing that you're talking about.
Yep.
And so yeah, it feels like you're being scattershot with stuff, but you're not. You're actually you're just on another level of existence and understanding. that these mere mortals can't understand. And that's why we should line them up and shoot them all. Always bringing it back, Llama. That's the key to good comedy. Always bring it back.
Full circle.
Yep.
Full circle. Yep.
It's the mark of a great comedian. We are like, yeah, we how do we fix this? We're just not making anywhere near enough
Red circuits.
Circuits. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this doesn't slow them down, right? The green efficiency module doesn't slow them down, right?
No.
Or
It just makes them more power efficient. Yeah.
Maybe we need to throw some blues in there as well. It could just means that they just go faster. Blues are the fast ones, right? Blues that go faster, or are those reds?
Oh, whoops! I stuck in the wrong modules. Productivity modules give you more output per input.
Yeah.
Blue modules make you go faster. Whoopsie.
Yeah. Which ones did you want?
If we want to increase production, then what we would need to do is put in blue ones.
Yeah. So that was what I was saying.
Yeah. And then if we want to use our stuff more efficiently, we put in the red ones. And then if we want to save on power, put in the green ones. Like now our power problem is basically resolved.
What did you do to resolve? Did you just make a massive solar array?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
I just made a massive solar array. I stuck down some accumulators. The only thing I wish that they would have done is made it so we can prioritize accumulators over steam. But the way that it works with accumulators is that they only kick on when production dips below capacity.
Really, I didn't realize that's how they worked.
Yeah, so the batteries only kick on if our steam and our solar doesn't work, like doesn't meet demand.
Okay.
Which is a little bit annoying because I would only want steam to kick on if solar's not cutting it. Which I don't know how to set that up. I would normally just like get rid of all my steam junk at that point.
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't know how to do it any other way either. I'll just
What I can try and do is take some of these inserters off, and then at peak it should eat into the accumulators a little bit, and that might be a good way to do that. Save a little bit extra coal. I think each solar panel saves what, like 0.4 coal per day, so not very much. That's what Lauren was saying. We could switch this over to electric furnaces now, I think. If we really wanted to.
You reckon?
Yeah, because there's actually a decent amount of room back for us to use. Except for with copper, because I goofed that one up right from the beginning.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I know. Although actually, we're going to run out of copper here pretty soon.
Oh,
down to
God,
93k.
Not wrong. Yeah.
So we're going to have to bring in copper.
4.2, 3.8. So I reckon we go to the one on the southeast.
The 4.2 million?
Yep.
Okay.
In fact, there's the 902k as well, which isn't a lot, but it's the 902k on the southwest. Tiny little patch. You could kind of there's nothing to clear out. Just
yeah.
tag that into the bus that we've got coming up down the middle of the map.
Yeah, we could totally do that. I mean, I could also clear out that camp over there, the Biter camp.
Yeah, clearing out the camp would be good.
Oh snap!
Oh snap!
No problem. I thought that it was gonna be bad. I picked up my power armor, and when I did that, it dropped like a bunch of my inventory onto the ground. But I'm just gonna pick it up. That'll be fine. There we go. We're all good. Let's see. And you know what? I'm gonna just drop off this wood into a chest. I think I have a chest somewhere up here. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Just throw a bunch of wood in there. I don't need it in my inventory.
What is this doing?
What is what doing?
This thing here is doing nothing because it's never getting any. Oh, that's why it's not getting anything.
Yeah, we're running out of copper.
Yes. Yeah. Just be running.
All right, so I'm gonna go clear this out. Do we have a purple circuit production yet?
Purple circuit.
Yeah.
You mean blue circuit?
Oh, is it blue circuit processing unit? Kind of looks purplish to me, but.
Then you are colorblind, sir.
Oh, maybe. Not quite a mantis shrimp.
Some interesting fact about mantis shrimps. They have we have the ability to see red, green, and blue. Mantis shrimps have 24 different color receptors in their eyes. They can see.
I believe it's 16.
I thought it was 24. Could be 16. A lot more than what we have. They have the power to see alternate universes. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I love mantis shrimp.
So do I. Tasty animals.
Oh, I've never eaten one.
Oh, mate.
Are they really tasty?
I don't know. I've never eaten.
Okay. I thought that
they sound tasty though, don't they?
Didn't you connect something to sulfuric acid over here to make them?
To make what? What do you want? What do you want from me, man? What do you want from me?
Consistency. Hold on.
That's a hunt. Yeah, you're definitely the wrong guy for that. I made a simple two factory, a level 2, like an assembly machine two factory thing. Yes, I did. I will accept that, and I do not regret that.
Wait, what? Wait, when did this become like a political apology?
I did not have sexual relations with those assembly machines.
It depends on what your definition of is. Which is actually a statement that he made.
I'm not on trial here. But again, I went kind of southern there for a second. I don't know why.
It's because British people are naturally able to do a southern accent. Apparently. What was I looking for? Oh, I remember.
Metal.
Oh wait, wow, we are like, oh, okay, this is bad. No, like copper at all.
I'm literally about to wire some copper into the matrix.
Okay, good.
Don't you worry, man. Don't you worry.
Good.
It's the last thing I'm gonna do before they take me away.
Okay.
And I get shot.
Take a shot.
For being unproductive.
Some of those. Oh man, these processing units are expensive.
That's what she said.
That's exactly what she said.
I really need to go, man. It's 5 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, I was just waiting for when you were saying that you were done.
I'm
So
never done. I'm gonna get this copper sorted out because I'm
okay. Okay. I mean, if you gotta go, like we can always pick this up another time. I get it. This game is like crack, but
this game's worse than crack.
oh man, worse than crack. Man, I can't make enough of these things. Okay, that's fine. I wanted some laser defense. Oh, we don't even have low density structure, so that was a pipe dream. All right. I didn't even notice that. All right, I'm gonna clear out the camp.
Why? Of course I don't. Of course I don't. Why would I?
What's going on?
I'm an insane person talking to myself.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out like what you're talking about.
I was asking myself if I had enough belts. If I picked up enough belts to get back to base. I think I picked up near enough belts. And also, being the crazy individual I am, I'm gonna chop down a ton of wood.
You go for it.
Wood.
Cleared out the camp. It was super easy.
Good. Need a big electric pole. Everyone loves a good electric pole, don't they? Oh yeah, electric poles. Oh,
Give him the cattle prod.
sexy poles, sexy electric pole. Oh,
A sexy electric pole.
sexy pole. Llama. You know why.
I know why.
Know what?
Oh, I know what. The sexy electric pole.
What?
Did I win?
What are you talking about?
What? Weren't you just saying sexy electric pole?
Bro,
Is
I
that
didn't
not-
say anything of the sort. You have a dirty mind.
What were you saying then? 'Cause that's what it sounded like to me.
Well, you've got a dirty mind.
Wait,
I said.
so
I said
what was
nothing
it?
of- I said nothing of the sort, Llama-chan.
Oh, really?
Probably. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm really tired. I'm tired, and I've got to wake up in 3 hours or less. Less than 3 hours, because my wife is not remotely kind to me when I stay up late. She's like,
Why don't you go to bed?
she literally looks at me. She's like, "Fuck that guy." Well, I'm sleeping. Fuck that guy. He stayed up till 5 a.m. playing video games with his buddies. I'm gonna make him wake up and look after the kids. Fuck that guy. That's what she says. I'm 99% sure that's what she's saying while I'm sleeping.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I've got no evidence.
Oh,
but
jeez.
that's what's happening.
Yeah, while you're sleeping. It sounds like you're just yeah.
No, I reckon. Stacy gone. I think Stacy's gone.
Probably.
Oh, she has gone. The only person watching you is me.
Oh damn.
At times.
Alright, I cleared out as much as I could with the amount of battery that I have.
I've got the copper reducing.
Awesome.
I just need to get it connected.
Yeah, we needed it pretty bad.
Fine. That'll be connected to the bus, get it back to base, and then make golden.
All right. I mean, we're advancing pretty far into this now. I think we're doing pretty good.
Not wrong. It's been a long time, actually. I think a long time since I've because I normally over the last couple of times I've played this game, I normally start a few runs and then I kind of like move on to something else before I really finish, before I get like this far.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, this is it's been a long time since I've made a run that's far into the game.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we launch a rocket. I think that'll be cool.
Oh, 100%. Is that going to be the official end date then? For us?
I mean, we could end it there. I certainly don't want us to end it before that point, if possible. One thing I think would be kind of fun is after we are done with this playthrough, throwing on some mods and playing it through that way.
Yeah, no, I'm out.
No? We don't have to do anything too crazy, but...
Yeah, you know me, mate. I'm anti-mod. I think, like, at the point, so, like, I don't know, I mean, there's too many video games to play in the world, right? Like, you could just play the same game over and over again, but, like, we could just move on to something else. Something that'd be really interesting, actually, is, does Dyson's Sphere program have, like, a multiplayer yet? I think that'd be really cool.
I don't know.
Because then we could do some really cool, like, I thought we could do, like, a really cool thing with, like, a massive series where we're basically, like, doing stuff and we're on different planets, like, basically building out, like, full-on automation. You know, like,
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I unfortunately don't think Dyson's Sphere program has that. So it'd be cool if it did, but I don't think it does.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I think it is primarily a single player game. There's other games. I mean, there's games.
I mean, we could just continue with the theme of builder games and do something like Satisfactory as well.
Yeah, true. We could do Satisfactory. When we do that, I will set up a dedicated server as well for it, so that we don't have these lag problems that I'm having. So we can actually kind of do some cooler stuff.
Okay. No, that's totally understandable.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. I can't help it with any of the combat. Like I can build yeah, the game just starts lagging so badly.
I mean, I could set up a dedicated server for this.
I think the problem might actually not be the server. I think it might just be your potato internet.
My internet is not potato.
I am 99% sure your internet is run by the Idaho Potato Company,
No.
who make fantastic potatoes, but unfortunately their internet leaves a lot to be desired. See how I know all the American references? I know Idaho is all about the potato.
You do know. I mean, Idaho does have some pretty good potatoes. You guys probably where do you guys get your potatoes from? Just out of curiosity.
You really want to know?
I do. Where
Shop.
do you guys get your potatoes from? No, I mean not the shop. Dirt. But like where?
Sorry, you asked for that. That was standard. That's max jank idiocy going in right there.
Sure is.
Where do we get our potatoes from? That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, like much like most other places in the world, we get our potatoes from like imported from multiple countries around the world. And honestly, I probably couldn't tell you. I mean, we do grow a lot. Like our country is very well suited to growing potatoes, as is Ireland, and Ireland has a massive potato export. So I would assume like a lot of potatoes come from Ireland or Europe. Yeah. Like, how do you use dynamite, by the way? I can't remember how to use it. I have some in my inventory. How do I actually like blow shit up?
I actually haven't used any, but if it's just like grenades, then what you do is you click on it to put it in your hand, and then there's a green circle around you, and then you click anywhere in the green circle and it throws it.
No.
I mean, it might be that dynamite can't be thrown. Yeah, dynamite can't be thrown.
The whole point of dynamite is to smash up stuff. How do I dynamite these stuff?
Oh, if you have to build cliff explosives.
Why have I got dynamite? Can you blow up these cliffs that I'm standing next to?
I don't have enough explosives.
I just need this bottom bit here. Just literally.
Yeah. No, I literally I need 10 in order to make one cliff explosive.
Oh,
so you have to make the blue. You have to make the blue dynamite, basically.
Oh, that's the thing.
And then the blue dynamite will do it. So I'm making some now.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Boop. There we go. Okay, it feels weird when we get rid of the cliff. It screws with my perspective, because my brain already considers it like a separate area. For it to just like go away like that feels almost wrong. Grenades are a capsule item. Oh, hello, Lauren. As are fish, poison, and slow capsules, and combat robots.
Cool. You knew, eh?
Okay, so yeah, then it sounds like capsule items can be thrown. All right. How are you doing today, Lauren? What's good? How's stuff? Fish aren't thrown. No, fish are eaten. Fish are food. Not friends. Stuff. Stuff is stuff. This is true. And llamas are amazing. Also true. Facts of the world. Oh, okay. Yeah, I imagine that's a pretty unfortunate situation. Uh-huh. She works at a university and they got a new staff member. My mouth is dry. This sounds like the kind of thing the Russians would implement. Yeah, I got what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Lauren. Well, that's unfortunate. I've heard that the USSR was not a very nice place to live. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Our copper problems are solved.
Awesome.
Yeah, all the copper we need in the short term, with plenty of scope to tons.
Snap. I don't remember how this was set up. Let's see.
Ton of green production, ton of red production. I said ton of green, actually we could do double green.
There we go. How long ago? Let's see. USSR fell 1980s. Is that right?
No, early 90s. 91?
91? Okay.
91, 92, I think.
Oh, okay, so then there's the distinct possibility she was around during the USSR. A lot more likely than I was thinking.
Yeah, people forget, like, that stuff happened, like, relatively, like, modern times.
Yeah.
The sun's come up. It is 5:30.
Do you want to call it here?
I said I was going to stop when I solved the copper. And now
Okay.
I'm literally just staring at the screen thinking, what do I do next? And I will just carry on like an idiot. So I'd rather not.
Yeah, no, let's save it here then, because we don't want that happening.
Yeah, literally have to be up in about 2 hours.
Yeah, there we go. All right, it's saved. Nothing else you do tonight is gonna get saved, so you might as well just quit.
Okay. Thanks
All right.
everybody tuning in. Bye bye, Llama. In fact,
Have a good morning.
I'll see you in the Discord because I want to talk to you about Prodigy. Good night,
No,
Lauren.
go to bed. Go to bed, and we'll talk about it later.
All right, buddy.
All right. Have a good night. Have a good morning. All right. And that is going to be the end of the stream. Jank is kind of crazy. He said that he was going to be going to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's after 5 over there, and he was still up. So, yeah, he's an awesome guy though. And so that's gonna be it for me. I'm actually gonna be calling it a night here as well, because it's almost midnight, and midnight is my bedtime. But thank you for stopping by, Lauren, and thank you everybody else who was here today. Also, if you want, I do have Llama merch created. So I have t-shirts, water bottles, and a poster. That was a very solid 5-hour session. But you need to go to bed. Like, you need to take a nap. We definitely made some progress there. We pulled in some resources that we needed. My silly nose is giving me problems still. We pulled in resources that we needed. We got some supplies, some more advanced stuff getting made. Jeez, why is my mouth so dry? Let's last that bottle of water. So it was good. It was good. I totally forgot what I was going to say next. Oh, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, I think. I'm going to be doing some Beat Saber. And then next week on Wednesday, me and Don Jovi are going to be doing Biped together. And then I imagine Thursday, we're going to be doing Factorio again. Also, my bro Don Jovi is going to be doing streaming tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, he's going to be playing Eternia Noctis, which is like a Metroidvania. I think that's how that's pronounced. I'm not sure, but we're rolling with it. And then on Sunday, him and 3 other people get together and play Gloomhaven, and he streams 6:30 Central Time, 7:30 Eastern Time. So I think that is everything. Let me see if somebody I know. Is streaming. Nobody I know is streaming. Oh, I got a tier 1 sub apparently. Cool. To someone. So I'm just gonna actually call it here. I hope that y'all have a good night, and I will maybe see you guys on the next one. Peace. Adios.